There's a man, a legal wizard, with a podcast you should hear. Andrew Branca's name, the self-defense pioneer. He knows the law, the ins and outs. He'll take away your fears. His expertise is unmatched. It's crystal clear. The law of self-defense. His book that you must read. 5 elements laid out. He's got all you need. From innocence to eminence, he'll break it down for you. Andrew Branca, he's the voice that rings through. Andrew Branca, the self-defense guru. He's got the knowledge, the skills, he'll fight for you. Andrew Branca, the master of the law. When it comes to self-defense, he's the one you should call.
Bam! Hey, everybody, we're back. We're back. Second show of the day. A super fan sent me that little ditty over the weekend. I thought it was pretty cute. So we are back. We are back for the second show of today on, you guessed it. You guessed it. We're back here. Apple River trial. The murder trial of Nicolae Miu, tubing on a river, got into a confrontation with some children, 17-year-old high school football players, 2 of whom now play football in college a couple years later. He was by himself, or at least away from his group, found himself confronted with 13 angry people who were screaming that he was a pedophile, a raper, looking for little girls. They punched him into the river. They pushed him, held him down there, hit him again, hit him again. This is a quadruple bypass, 52-year-old. Everyone who's coming at him is at least 17 years old, some in their 20s. And he comes up with a knife and starts defending himself. Ends up stabbing 5 people, one of them fatally, 4 non-fatally, but some of those still pretty bad. And now he's charged with first-degree murder and 4 counts of attempted murder. We have as the trial participants, Judge Michael Waterman's doing a great job. I really like him, very sharp. Can't say I agree with every one of his rulings on objections, but they're all sound. I haven't heard any that were crazy. Prosecutor is elected District Attorney Carl Anderson, and I guess Assistant DA Brian Smestad. Neither one of them has impressed me at all, frankly. Either in terms of their performance as attorneys or in terms of the facts and law they're able to bring to this case. The defendant is, of course, claiming self-defense. In a self-defense case, the state has the burden to disprove his claim of self-defense beyond any reasonable doubt. The defense is defense counsel Aaron Nelson. Seems to be doing a very good job. I like him. Quite sharp. And his co-chair is Corey Chirafisi, who you may remember was also co-chair in the Kyle Rittenhouse case. Corey did great work there, especially on cross, and he's doing great work here, especially on cross. Earlier today, I finished up day 3 of this trial, so we are catching up. The trial actually began last Monday, a week ago. I was busy with other things, so I didn't start covering it until Thursday. Covered it Thursday, a couple of portions. Sunday, a couple of very long portions. And today we just finished up day 3 of the trial, which took place last Wednesday. And now in this show, right now, we're about to dive into day 4. Day 4 is Thursday, last Thursday. So I'm hoping to get through all of day 4 today. Tomorrow in the real world is Tuesday. And I'm hoping to get through Friday, last Friday, day 5. And perhaps much of today's live trial, day 6 as well. I'd like to be completely caught up by Wednesday. And I expect by the end of the week, we'll be going into jury deliberation. So that would be good timing there. We've had 16 witnesses from the state so far. So whoever comes up first today will presumably be the 17th witness. And what else do I need to say? Oh, well, let me launch the show, and I'll talk about our sponsor. So here's the formal launch of today's show. So today's show is brought to you by none other than Law of Self-Defense itself in the form of our upcoming Law of Self-Defense Advanced class. This is our full-day class taught live by me, streamed to you at your computer. That teaches you everything you need to know to be hard to convict if you're ever compelled to defend yourself, your family, or your property. I assure you that if this defendant, Nicolae Miu, had taken this Law of Self-Defense Advanced class and adhered to what I recommend, he would not be on trial today, probably would never have been charged. But of course, you don't get to acquire this information after the fight. It's too late then. Don't miss it. Saturday, April 20th. Saturday, April 20th, full day class taught live by me. We teach you defense of yourself. We teach you defense of others, family, neighbors, colleagues, strangers. It's all different. We teach you defense of property, both highly defensible property like your home and least defensible property like your pets. Believe it or not, your pets are least defensible property. We talk about interacting with the police in the aftermath of a use of force event. That hour would have been particularly useful to Nicolae Miu here. We talk about how you can devise your own customized strategy for legally sound self-defense suited particularly to your circumstances, and much, much more. Check out the site lawselfdefense.com/advanced. We have a list of more than 100 very specific self-defense law questions we answer in plain English, and there's tons of opportunity for live Q&A during the show as well. lawselfdefense.com/advanced. I only teach this course twice a year, folks. So if you miss this one, it's at least October until you can take it. Can you afford to wait? Do you know when you'll be attacked? When you'll need to know this stuff to lawfully defend yourself? I suggest you can't wait. So I would be there if I were you Saturday, April 20th. And if you have a conflict that date, I would register anyway, because we'll make the recorded playback of that class available to all the registered students for at least 2 weeks afterwards, so you could watch it at your leisure over the following 2 weeks. But that only goes out to registered students. And we're still in the early registration period for another week. Get 50% off your registration at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. All right. So, general overview of the trial so far. Not great for the state, especially when you consider the extent of the injuries caused by the defendant. But the defense is doing a great job characterizing this defendant as one 52-year-old man, quadruple bypass surgery, reputation for peacefulness, not looking for any trouble, not actually doing anything wrong, accused by this first group of 6, they call them children, 17-year-olds. You know, Corey Chirafisi must be laughing at this because, of course, he was second chair for the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. How old was Kyle Rittenhouse? Anybody remember? Kyle Rittenhouse was 17 years old. Did the prosecution, Prosecutor Binger and Kyle Rittenhouse, did he refer to Kyle as a child in that trial? Or someone who crossed state lines with an assault rifle? That Binger would ultimately point at the jury. So whether or not, now this is the nature of prosecutors, right? So no matter what ammo you use, it's the wrong ammo. No matter what gun you use, it's the wrong gun. No matter what your age is, it's the wrong age, as far as the prosecutor is concerned. So this group of 6 youths just start calling this defendant a pedophile, a raper, say he's looking for little girls. That, of course, attracts the attention of others on the river, not favorable to the defendant. One of the state's witnesses, actually, one of the second group said, well, you know, who likes a pedophile? Corey Chirafisi was doing cross. He goes, yeah, I get it. But that's what they were calling him. So he would have every expectation that everybody who showed up wouldn't like him. And so he ends up being 13-1. Defendant gets punched into the river, gets held down there, hands on his back, face down. Remember, 52-year-old quadruple bypass patient, just a couple years earlier, had the surgery. And while he's being held down, hands on his back, he's hit again. Then he's hit again. Then he gets up and starts stabbing at people. in defense of his life, I would suggest. Remember, the state has to disprove that narrative of self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, there are accusations that seem, contested would be the kindest way to put them, that the defendant punched a woman first and that triggered this event. There's good reason to believe, in fact, there's evidence, video evidence, that the woman who was supposedly punched put her hands on him first. She would say to push him and direct him away, downriver, away from their group. But nevertheless, that's a battery. Undesired offensive touching of another person is a simple battery. And the defendant would be privileged to use non-deadly force to defend himself from a simple battery. But even if you don't believe that, even if you believe he just, without provocation, punched this woman in the face, well, maybe the first punch against him, knocking him into the river, maybe that was justified self-defense of this young woman. The rest of it, when he's face down in the water, I don't think so. And it's the kind of conduct that can easily lead someone to believe that they were in danger, imminent danger of unlawful, deadly force harm, death, or serious bodily injury, which would justify his use of deadly force in self-defense. So the prosecution's been pretty weak throughout. The DA, I don't know why, but he comes across to me as very young and inexperienced. Even though he's the elected DA, he's not very good at framing his questions. He has a tendency to ask leading questions without apparently realizing he's doing it. I mean, there are practical reasons to ask leading questions on direct. You're not supposed to. On cross, of course you can, but on direct, you're not supposed to ask leading questions. You're supposed to ask open-ended questions and then let the witness expound on in response. But sometimes you're dealing with administrative stuff like, where did you meet the person and where do you work and where do you live? And it's just sometimes easier to get through that administrative stuff that's not contested, that's not particularly relevant to any key issue in the case, just provides context. And generally the defense won't object to that kind of leading. But that's doing it deliberately for purposes of practicality. When you're doing it unintentionally on direct, that just tells me you don't really know what you're doing. Defense, in contrast, has seemed very good, very sharp. And that's normal in my experience. It's typical that defense counsel tends to be sharper than the prosecution because defense counsel has the harder job. Most of the defendants going through criminal prosecution are criminals. There's usually a lot of evidence against them. They're pretty guilty. It's not that hard for the prosecution to prove guilt. And the defense is the party that has to be pretty creative and attempt to save their client. That's just a generality. All right, with that out of the way, let's jump into day 4 of this trial. Share this. Pop up that. Before we start, as witnesses, we go from one witness to another, or if there's natural breaks in the course of the day, I'll pause and I'll answer questions that have been submitted, comments. If you're a Law of Self-Defense member, you should put those in the member chat. You get your questions answered for free. If you'd like to post a question on YouTube and have me address it, it needs to be a $10 minimum super chat, which I discourage you from doing. Instead of paying $10 a question, I would encourage you to just become a Law of Self-Defense member. It's dirt cheap. And then you get all your questions answered for free. In fact, you can try it out for 99 cents. 99 cents gets you a 2-week trial membership at lawofselfdefense.com/trial, which will certainly cover you through this trial. And if you stay a member after that, it's still dirt cheap, only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month to get all your questions answered for free. But at least try out the 99-cent 2-week trial membership. That's at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. And I think that's probably about it. Otherwise, super chats have to be $10 minimum. I don't know why you would do that. That's not the smart play to my mind, but free country. All right, here we go with day 4. Day 4 of Wisconsin v. Miu, Apple River stabbing trial.
Ms. Busberry, would you please come forward? Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smesto.
Always state your name for the record, please.
Janelle Duxbury,
How do you spell your last name?
Duxbury.
What do you do for a living, Janelle?
I work at a factory.
What town do you live in?
St. Croix Falls?
In Wisconsin?
Yes.
Do you recall July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Were you part of the Carlson family group that was tubing down the Apple River on that day?
I was.
Are you related to the Carlsons?
No.
A friend of the family?
Yes.
Do you? A second. Witness.
Yes, you may.
Gentlemen, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit, I guess, 26A. Recognize that?
I do.
Tell us what it is.
It's a photo of all of us together.
All right, and are you in this picture?
I am in the black swimming suit.
All right. Are you drinking or not drinking?
In that photo, I am not drinking.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you did have some drinks that day, though?
I did.
Can you tell us what you had to drink?
We had stopped at a riverbank. I got offered a shot of butterscotch schnapps, and then I had, I believe it was a Truly's or Budweiser. Actually, it was probably both. I cannot remember exactly what I drank.
You know how many drinks you had?
For sure, the one shot and probably a total of one beer. I had been trying different flavors of everybody else's, but I never finished the full beer of my own.
Do you feel like you were impaired that day?
No.
All right. At some point while your group was going down the river, did you come across a disturbance of some sort?
We did.
What did you see when you first noticed the disturbance?
I was laying back in my inner tube and I was taking a little nap, and all of a sudden my friend Riley had tapped me on the shoulder saying, "Hey, let's go check it out." So I got up and I followed behind her. I could hear a lot of commotion, but I could not make out distinctive voices or what they were saying or anything. And yeah, that's how it started.
When you followed Riley over, did you hear any specific words or phrases?
I did not hear anything specific.
It was fair to say there was some yelling going on.
Oh, for sure. Yes.
Did you see Madison Cohen when that occurred?
I did. She was already up there
All right,
by the time I had gotten there.
What was Madison Cohen doing?
I actually did hear Maddie yelling, swearing at the gentleman and telling him to get the F out of here.
Okay, which gentleman was that?
Huh?
Who was she yelling at?
Oh, it was Nicolae Miu.
All right. At the time, did you know who he was?
I did not.
You know now?
Yes.
Did you see Maddie yelling at Mr. Miu?
Yes.
You heard it?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Miu react in some fashion?
At first he was just standing there kind of like looking at everybody, and then I could not see his hand punch her, but I could see like his left shoulder had dropped like a little bit, and then I could see, I believe maybe it was part of his elbow because Maddie was impairing my view of everything. But I had seen the right side of her face turn towards me, and she kind of stumbled down and got back up and then walked away.
Did you see Mr. Miu's hand or fist make contact with Maddie's face?
I did not see it make contact, no.
All right. You saw the reaction?
Yes.
After Mr. Miu did whatever he did to Maddie, what happened next?
A lot of chaos and yelling broke out. I remember seeing Dante run up immediately and punch him in the face, yelling, "You never hit a woman." I saw Nicolae punch Dante back. Then I believe that I saw Dante hit Nicolae once more. I thought it was a punch, but I did watch the video and later found out that he was smacking him.
All right. Whereabouts were you standing when that all occurred, when Dante hit Mr. Miu?
I was a little ways behind Riley. I don't know any of the boys in the group that I was standing next to, but I was standing back a little ways.
All right.
To the back and to the right of Maddie and Riley, a little ways.
Did you see AJ Martin get stabbed?
I did not.
Did you see Dante get stabbed?
I did not.
Do you know who Isaac Shuman is?
I do. I know of him now, but no, I do not know him.
Or at the time, did you see Isaac Shuman get stabbed?
I did not.
Did you see Riley Madison get stabbed?
I did.
All right. Can you describe what happened when you saw Riley get stabbed?
She had backed up away from the commotion a little bit, and I had seen Nicolae walk up to him, and then he came and I thought it was like a little punch towards her ribs, and until he had removed his hand, I saw the knife come out of my friend's side.
All right. Can you describe the knife?
It was no more than like 2 inches. It was very small. That's all I could see.
And just so I understand, you didn't see the knife until he removed it from her body?
Correct.
What did he do after he stabbed Riley?
I didn't pay too much attention to him after he did that. I was a little preoccupied and trying to grab her and remove her from the situation. I did take one last look at him. It looked like he was coming towards me, so I and walked away with Riley.
All right. Did you render assistance to Riley?
Yes, I did. I got her back to Q and Sheena and told them to take her downriver and get help. And then when I turned back around, I had seen Tony standing next to AJ. So I ran up to them and I helped Tony drag AJ to the shore. Tried to make sure that they were as okay as they could be before I went to try to go help as much as I could.
Did you see Tony get stabbed?
I did not.
Did you see that he was injured when you?
I did.
We're going to show you some still frames from the video. We're going to start at 28:59. Your Honor, I guess I'll caution there are some graphic portions of the string I'm going to play. So just fair warning to everybody, if there's people in the courtroom who want to leave or whatever.
Thank you for alerting everyone to that fact.
All right, so now I'm showing you still frame 28:59 from the video. Who's the woman up in the upper left corner with the blue and pink swimsuit?
That is Riley Madison.
All right, in this picture, is she bleeding? Yes.
No, it does not appear to be so.
Who's the person in the middle?
Nicolae.
Stop. All right, we're showing you photo 28:59. Who's the woman in the black swimsuit up in the upper right corner?
That is me.
Is that where you were standing when this all occurred?
Yes.
Pardon me, Judge, it was 28:71. In this frame, is Riley off to your right
Yes, she is.
behind Mr. Miu?
Yes.
All right. At the time that Mr. Miu stabbed Riley, had she done anything to him in this context?
From what I remember seeing, no, I would have sworn that she did not touch him, but after seeing the footage, I saw that she did.
Well, I'm talking about
Oh.
this portion of the.
I would not be able to pinpoint if that was before or after she was.
All right. We're going to continue to play the skills here.
Okay.
Bum, bum, bum. So Riley did touch him. That's a battery. So now we know that 2 batteries were committed against him before he did
All right, we're going to
anything
scroll
like
forward here.
supposedly hit Madison.
Stop. We're showing you 29:26. Is that you still in the frame?
Yes, sir.
Are you looking at Mr. Miu?
I believe so. It looks like I am. Yes.
Did you notice anything in his right hand?
At that time, no, I did not.
You see his right hand? Did you see his right hand moving out? Like
I did. I did.
Sustained.
what's shown in the picture? Did you see that
Bleeding.
happen as far as Mr. Miu's hand?
I'm sorry. What was that?
What you see in this still, is that what you saw on the river at this point in time
Oh, yes.
with regard to Mr. Miu's body?
Yes.
Scroll forward. Stop. We're showing still 29:47. At this point, is Riley back in the frame?
Yes, she is.
This nowadays, what does she look like? Is she injured?
Yes. She just got stabbed.
All right, and that's my question. Is this the point in the video where you saw Mr. Miu stab Riley Madison?
Yes.
And you're standing how far away?
What would that be? About 4 or 5 feet?
All right, and as you watched the stills go through, well, we'll strike that. Is Riley facing away from him?
Yes, she is.
Prior to Riley being stabbed at this point in time, was she laying any hands on him?
That I remembered had seen. No, I did not.
You had testified that at one point you do remember seeing
The problem for the state here is when it's one person defending themselves against a group attack, it's the attack of the entire group that's relevant, not each individual taken in isolation. Just add together all their body weights. What do you get to? 1,000? Half a ton?
you testified that when you reviewed the video, you saw at one point Riley touching Mr. Miu.
I did.
What was it at that point or at some earlier point?
It was earlier.
After, we'll strike that. You've answered that. We're going to continue to scroll through from where we stopped.
Apparently, there's construction in the courthouse.
And we're stopped at 3024. Did you watch that string of frames?
I did.
Did you see yourself in that string?
I did.
What were you doing?
Judge, can we approach for 2 seconds?
Yes.
Well, yesterday, the court was nicely turning down that white noise. I guess I'll have to do it. It's so annoying. Somebody's saying, not joking, but only 4 average American women at 150 each is over a quarter ton. Yeah, and the average weight of an American woman is not 150. Very kind of you. It's 170. Heavier than the healthy weight of an American male. Sorry, ladies. No one's shoving the food in your mouth.
Let's continue. Excuse me. Let's continue.
Did that string of frames show what you did after she was stabbed?
Yeah, you can briefly see me grab her arm and try to get her out.
All right. After this all happened, did you call for help?
It was after I had turned and told Riley to go to Q and to Sheena. After I turned around and saw AJ, I ran up to him and I was helping kind of hold him together. And I had looked at Gabby Kay and I had yelled 3 times to call the police. I did not have a phone on me that day.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Trofficy.
Ms. Duxbury, in terms of, you watched the video in preparation for your testimony?
Correct.
Okay. What I'm going to ask is that you try your best to testify from your memory.
Understood.
And do you recall, so I guess I'll ask it this way. Initially, you said that you were kind of laying in your tube with your head back, just kind of relaxing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you provided a statement to the police on the 31st of July 2022, right?
I believe it was, I provided 2 of them and I thought they were the same day, the 30th, but I did provide a statement, correct?
Okay. And do you recall initially when you're sitting on the tubes, you're near Quentin Carlson? Is that true? When you're on when you guys are all kind of floating down the tubes?
I honestly don't remember who all I was really sitting next to. I remember I was sitting next to Riley and my husband at the time, but I really don't remember who I was like right next to.
I guess my point is Quentin Carlson's in your group.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay. Do you recall him asking Dante and Anthony to go over to make sure that Mr. Miu's not going to get beat up?
I do not.
Okay. Your first recollection is, if this is fair, is Riley saying, let's check it out.
Yes,
right?
yes.
All right. And you tell police on the 31st that your first recollection is Dante running up to the suspect and standing between him and the other people. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Is that your memory today?
Yes.
Okay. So Dante, your memory is Dante's the first one out up to the group of other tubers, right?
Yes.
Right. And then you believe, based on your statement, that you, Madison, and Riley then follow Dante.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, I wasn't too familiar with Madison at the time. I had only met her maybe like twice.
Okay. But my point
Yes.
my point is your recollection is Dante goes up first, then the 3 of you follow him, right?
Yes.
And I think you hear somebody yell for Anthony Carlson to come up as well, right?
Yes, there were several people that were yelling for Tony to get up there.
All right. And the goal, according to your statement, was to build a wall, right?
Correct.
Okay. You have no idea what's happening, do you?
Not a clue.
And you say that Dante runs up to Mr. Miu. Is that true?
Correct.
To your knowledge, does he have any information as to what's happening?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And you're going to build a wall without having any information as to what's happening in that situation, right?
Correct.
And you don't hear anybody yelling anything prior to you going up to build that wall, right?
I could hear the commotion, but I could not make out distinct words.
Okay. And you don't know if Mr. Miu is with any other group, do you?
I do not.
Okay. You see him alone though, right?
What appeared to be alone, correct.
Okay. And you say that today you say Maddie goes up and is yelling at him, right?
Correct.
And is that what you remember telling the police?
I guess I honestly don't know if I had told them that or not.
You go up to build a wall. Why?
Because there was a very clear confrontation between the group of children and then Nicolae. So at least to divide the conflict was at least.
A clear confrontation between the group of children. The group of children. These are 17-year-old football players. 170 pounds, 180 pounds. Children.
Because there was a very clear confrontation between the group of children and then Nicolae. So at least to divide the conflict was at least my idea.
So you believed at that point there was a confrontation that was taking place, is that right?
Correct.
And you hear Maddie yelling at him, is that right?
I do. Yes.
And you hear she's swearing at him, true?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your statement, you initially said that Maddie went up there to, quote, try to mellow things out. You recall that?
I do not remember using those choice of words, but
Okay. I told you that your interview with Investigator Schultz is recorded, and on that interview, those are the words that you used. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
oh, no.
So when you say, or when you told Investigator Schultz that Maddie went up there to try to mellow things out, is that true?
I had to have said that. That's true, yes.
I understand that you said that. Do you believe that's what she was doing, was mellowing things out?
No.
She was yelling at him, swearing at him, right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall her pointing at him to go down river?
I recall her pointing beyond him, but yes, she was pointing and gesturing.
And yelling, go,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you took that, if this is fair, as her telling him where she's pointing, go that way, right?
Yes.
And you say that you believe there's a confrontation that's going on, right?
Correct.
Do you recall after Maddie, let me ask you this. Do you see Mr. Miu attempting to speak to Maddie about what's happening?
I do not. Like I said, I really couldn't see much. I'm vertically challenged and I couldn't see past people's heads and shoulders even, so.
Tell me about that for a minute. I missed the first, your what challenge?
I'm vertically challenged. I'm short. I couldn't see everything.
Right.
Sorry.
So your height, or lack thereof, has it makes it sometimes difficult for you to see things.
Yeah, I couldn't see past people's shoulders or heads or anything.
Okay. And do you see these other tubers, the people that you are saying he's in a confrontation with Mr. Miu? Do you see them after Maddie's there and you guys are there? Do you see them kind of surround him and start to taunt him?
Check your under the term surrounds.
I did not notice that. I did definitely notice it did seem to be a little taunting, yes.
Okay, and the taunting was going on by the other tubers in part, right?
Correct.
Okay. But you don't have a recollection specifically of what they were doing in terms of the taunting?
No, I heard some people still yelling. It sounded like some laughter, but it wasn't necessarily distinct. And that was by the time that we had actually gotten up there.
Right, so when you get up there, then is when you can probably see a little better and hear a little better, right?
Correct.
Okay. So in terms of the confrontation, you agree that it is this group of 6 plus your group, yes?
Correct.
Together?
Yes.
And Mr. Miu's alone, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, is it fair to say that you have some concern because Mr. Miu's alone that this confrontation can go poorly for him, right?
Oh, I still had concern it could go poorly for either party, but I see what you're saying, and yes, he was a part of the concern.
Okay. And to be fair, part of that is based on him being by himself, true?
Correct.
Would you agree that Maddie was in Mr. Miu's face? You agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay. She was in his, as it's been described, in his personal space, true?
True.
And tell me if this is fair. When you see Mr. Miu make contact with Maddie, I know that you had said that it was, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but do you remember specifically, you said he dropped a shoulder, right? You mentioned that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see specifically what happens?
I could not see, but putting puzzle pieces together, yes, I could tell that he had punched her.
Okay, so you didn't see the punch, you just believe based on reasoning that that's what happened.
Yes.
Okay. When that happens, she's standing in front of him, right?
Correct.
She's standing in his face, correct?
Correct.
She's in his personal space, correct?
Correct.
And do you remember Riley standing next to her?
I honestly do not. I thought I was like right behind her the entire time.
When you say her, I'm sorry.
Riley, I thought Riley was like right in front of me the entire time. I do not remember Riley being so close.
Okay, but having watched the video now, you know that your recollection from your memory isn't correct.
That is correct.
All right. So now do you know that Riley's standing next to Madison?
I do.
And you don't see this punch in particular or this movement, but you see you see Madison do what?
She had, again, her back was facing me, and all of a sudden I saw her turn, but it was leading with her head. So her head had turned, so I saw the right side of her face, and then her body had followed, and then she had stumbled down to her knees, and she got back up and then started running. I believe it was her and Gabby that started running back to Q and Sheena.
You described Mr. Miu in your original statement to Investigator Schultz, you described him as standing over her. Remember that?
Yeah,
After you say she goes down.
yeah, I would still stand by that.
So you would say that you see her head move,
Mhm.
she goes down to a knee or goes down.
Mhm.
He then, does he move toward her?
Oh, I wouldn't say he necessarily moved towards her, but he definitely just stood above her.
And how?
Oh, I was just gonna say she didn't get like launched. She literally just kind of did like a little 180 and fell down right where she was standing.
Okay. She's, if you remember, I'll ask it to you two ways. From your memory, do you remember that she was holding a drink at the time?
I didn't. I know that she was holding stuff, but I could not tell you what she was holding.
Okay. And how long, in terms of time, passes from, no, this is your memory. How long passes from the time that you see her make her movement and go down until Dante gets involved?
Oh, that was like a second.
Okay. And do you agree on you've watched the video?
Yes.
Do you agree on the video, it doesn't show Madison falling down or going down, right?
No, I would agree with that.
And you'd agree that what you've seen on the video, she doesn't drop her drink either, right?
No, I would agree with that.
Okay. And she's holding, I don't know if you remember this, she's holding not only a drink, but a vape in her hand as well. Right?
Okay.
Those things don't fall, right?
Correct.
Even though she falls, they stay in her hand, right?
Correct.
And her cell phone, do you remember her cell phone is like up in her swimsuit?
But I don't recall, but not surprised.
And do you remember on the video, her cell phone doesn't fall either, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Now, do you ever see her being Madison? Do you ever see her stop and pick up her sunglasses?
No, that wasn't anything that I picked. No.
Okay. Prior to Madison getting in Mr. Miu's personal space and in his face, you don't see him being aggressive. True?
True.
Okay. He doesn't verbally say anything that you would describe as being aggressive, right?
Correct. He said nothing at all, but I heard.
Okay. And you don't see him doing anything physically that you would consider to be aggressive either, right?
Aggressive, no, but the way he was standing there and just, it was a very expressionless, hollow, almost like a demonic look in his face. Like I don't know how else to describe it other than his eyes did not look human. Very daunting.
You would agree at that point there's approximately 13 people around him, yes?
It had to have been somewhere around that number, correct?
Okay.
You think she read those the sparkly vampire books when they were popular? The Stephanie Meyer books, Twilight, all that.
Based on what you saw, now I know that you said you didn't see Mr. Miu being aggressive or saying anything. Based on what you said he looked like, were you fearful of him?
Yes.
Okay. You then say that you see Dante strike Mr. Miu, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe from your memory that Mr. Miu goes down. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Miu stands back up.
Correct.
And then you believe that Mr. Miu punches Dante.
Correct.
Okay. Then you believe that Dante punched Mr. Miu again and knocked him into the water again, right?
Correct.
You know that's not true after watching the video, right?
I do.
So can I ask you this? You had mentioned that you were fearful based on the way that Mr. Miu looked, right?
Correct.
And you would agree that at that point, you've already said there's 13 people around Mr. Miu, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're in his face, some of them.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterization of the evidence.
Again, members of the jury, you are the judges of the facts. Statements of the lawyers are not evidence. Rely on what the witness says, not what the lawyers say.
You've testified that at least Madison Cohen's in his face.
Correct.
She has people next to her and around her, right?
Correct.
They're clearly supporting her, right?
Correct.
He's alone.
Objection has been answered.
Overruled.
Yes.
Correct.
She's yelled at him, swore at him, and she's, as you say, she's screaming at him, right?
Correct.
Okay. Reasonable that he's in fear as well, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you see A.J. Martin come in after Mr. Miu is punched in the face? Do you see him shove Mr. Miu from behind?
I did not.
You didn't see that?
I did not see it.
Okay. You know after watching the video that's what happened though, right?
I do know that, yes.
And you did or did not see when Mr. Martin, I know you said you didn't see Mr. Martin shove him. Did you see Dante come up and strike Mr. Miu in the face for the third time? Did you see that?
I did not see that.
Okay. But you know from the video that's true, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked by Investigator Schultz.
This is a bad witness for the state. She strikes me as completely credible. I mean, she has her memory, and her memory is inconsistent with the video. That's not helpful for the state. So they're impeaching her actual memory, and but she's conceding that her memory, in fact, her recollections are incorrect. She's seen the video, and she believes the video over her own memory. That's what you would expect an honest person to do.
When the suspect was stabbing people, what were those people doing? And your answer was nobody was touching him, right?
I believe that was my answer, correct, yes.
Okay. And you know that's not true though, right?
Obviously, yes.
You know from watching the video that everyone that we can see on the video that's injured had put their hands on Mr. Miu, right?
Objection, Your Honor. It's again mischaracterization.
I'll say the same thing. Jury, you are the judges of the facts. What the lawyers say is not evidence. Listen to the witnesses.
You know that from watching the video, right?
I know that Tony did not touch him in a violent way, but that is correct.
Okay. And you didn't put your hands on him at all, right?
I did not.
And nothing happened to you, right?
The way he was looking at me and the way he was starting to step towards me, it is all speculation, but I was 1,000% sure I was going to get a knife in the back as I was running away with Riley.
Did you get a knife?
Obviously did not.
Did he touch you in any way?
No, he did not.
And you also agree that you told police that your group had formed kind of a semicircle around him. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and you stand by that?
I do.
Okay.
That's
Did
important.
you, at the time you gave,
That's important. That semicircle around him from one of the state's witnesses, the state wants to keep characterizing that he was never surrounded. Semicircle is going to feel like you're surrounded. You're alone. There's 13 other people.
gave your statement to police, did you view Madison Cohen as kind of the peacekeeper here?
No.
Okay, you mentioned that you said that she was there to mellow things out. Right?
Again, that was just a very poor choice of words. But yeah, I remember saying that. Sorry.
Because it was actually the opposite, right?
Objection, Your Honor, this is material covered, asked and answered.
Sustained. Let's move on.
Do you have a specific recollection of seeing Riley get stabbed from your memory?
I remember seeing the knife exiting her body.
Okay. Do you have a specific recollection of what Riley was doing prior to that?
Prior to that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, do you mean like moments before the knife
Right.
entered? She was just standing there from my recollection.
You don't have a recollection of her moving toward Mr. Miu?
No, I do not.
Do you do or do not have a recollection of seeing Isaac Shuman?
I do not know.
So, and when you say you don't have a recollection of seeing the interaction that he had with Mr. Miu?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Duxbury.
Mr. Smestad? It's okay. Mr. Smestad, do you have any more questions?
I don't, Your Honor.
All right, now, Ms. Duxbury, you may
Thank you.
get up and leave. Please see the witness coordinator in the back. She'll tell you where to go next.
Take me to the river.
Who is the next witness?
Call Andrea Beldazo.
Is it Beldazo with a B?
Beldazo.
All right, I'll pause here just a minute to catch up on Q&A. First, from the Law of Self-Defense members. Remember, members get their questions answered for free. YouTube has to be a $10 super chat. Try out membership, 99 cents, 2 weeks. 2-week trial membership at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. All right, let's see. Bump, 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 bump. I guess the eclipse is happening across the country, huh? I don't know why it's so exciting, but okay. We had one here, partial here in Denver when I first moved here 6 or 7 years ago. Elman, Law of Self-Defense member Elman says, when I was 17, I joined the Marines. Why do we infantilize adults? Because it's helpful to the state narrative. What did the feminists say today? That the frontal lobe of women doesn't fully develop till 24. So everything that happens before then is a free pass. And though in my experience, I don't see much better decision making after 24 than before 24. So I'm not sure how much of a difference it makes, but whatever. People will protect their delusions. Ashley says, I've been listening since Rittenhouse. Don't think I've ever heard the origin story of self-defense guru. How did self-defense become your specialty? I'm happy to talk about it. I talk about it all the time, but I can't really do it in the midst of a Q&A. I'm trying to get through this day. I got hours to go, Ashley. Ask me another time when time is not so pressing. All right, so that's all the members. Take a look at super chats. It looks like $50 MXN. Is that Mexico? Good day, Mr. Branca. A little off topic, but what is the read you have of Ecuador invading the Mexican embassy to arrest a politician? Well, I haven't studied international law since law school, which was quite a while ago, 33 years ago. So I can't claim to have any particular expertise. What I was taught at the time was that embassies were inviolate. They were essentially, effectively, the territory of the home nation of the embassy, and invading it would be no different than invading another country. It would be an act of war. But I presume all the, how do you stop them if they really want to come in? It's all a matter of what people want to do. I suppose all the ambassadors will settle it out after the fact. There were some around the time I was studying international law. There had recently been a case where I think the Libyan embassy in London. There were protests, and somebody inside the embassy fired a machine gun or a submachine gun out of the embassy into the protesting crowd and killed some people. And the UK wouldn't let anybody go into the embassy to arrest that person. So they honored the integrity of the embassy in that case. That's just from my 33-year past recollection. So if I got the details wrong, Libya, please don't send me angry hate mail. All right, back to the trial. Whoops, I guess I have to bring it back up. Do this. Here we go.
Ms. Baldazzo, would you please come forward? Keep going. There you go. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Same.
Andrea Baldazzo, BAL,
Put in on the Apple River.
where we put in
That at some point, as you're floating down the river, you become involved with an incident where some folks.
on the river's edge.
Did you know who that boy? By somebody else, you mean somebody else?
Like, and continue that for,
Did you make a?
Folks, I don't think that's me. I don't know what's going on with this. I think that's the court feed. This would be witness 18. I'm gonna let it rest for a second while I update my witness list. Andrea Baldazzo. I was typing at the time, so I don't know if my typing might have screwed something up, but let me do this. I'll finish my typing. I'll rewind the feed a little bit, a few seconds, and we'll see what happens. I'll go back to her.
Involved with an incident.
BAL,
Nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Same.
Andrea Baldazzo, BAL,
Put in on the Apple River.
where we put in
That at some point, as you're floating down the river, you become involved with an incident where some folks.
on the river's edge.
Did you know who that boy? By somebody else, do you mean somebody else?
Like, and continue that for,
Did you make a?
Yeah, that's the feed, folks. Sorry.
a large cut. At first I thought he had been impaled on the set of roots and branches that were hanging down just prior to that. But then I looked and it was a slash mark, not an impale thing. It was a long and thin and clean cut
Where was it located on his body?
on his left chest, upper chest, kind of his ribs.
All right. So what?
I asked, I was doing compressions and people were screaming and it was making me lose count. So I think I yelled out to somebody, shut up or stop screaming, so that I could count. There were other people around. I asked for somebody to get me anything that I could use as a chest seal, so a Ziploc bag, anything to put over that wound. I didn't want any water or anything getting in there, but I looked down at Isaac and there was some vomit coming from his mouth at some point. So I asked the kid up front to turn his head, which he did, and the kid splashed some water, which got in his eyes, and I said, don't splash water in his face anymore. And it just continued forever. It felt like forever that we did compressions. I kept asking, where's the rig? Why isn't it here yet?
By rig, do you mean, what do you mean?
Ambulance.
Do you have an idea now, as you sit here, how long you performed chest compressions on Isaac?
I said 45 minutes because I think I thought that's what it was, but somebody corrected me later that it wasn't. It felt like forever. I mean, we were going and going round after round. Other people were performing compressions. We were singing Baby Shark to keep people on the rhythm.
Or you were taking turns giving?
Yeah. And at some point, when somebody had taken over a round of compressions for me, I got up and went to check, walked just a few steps further down the river to check the other victim, but it looked to me like they were up and speaking and conscious. So I went back to Isaac because he was not.
Do you have experience dealing with trauma cases?
Yes.
At the hospital where you work, are you involved in trauma care?
I'm primarily a med-surg nurse, but I do float down to the emergency room and involved in code situations.
What's a med-surg nurse?
Med-surg, it's a medical surgical floor. So typically we have post-op patients, anybody from pancreatitis to just a little bit of everything.
Eventually did law enforcement and EMTs arrive?
Yes.
Were you still with Isaac at that point?
Yes.
Was he taken off the river?
Yes.
Did you see any of the altercation prior to your giving care to Isaac?
I did not.
Have you had any other involvement in this case?
No.
Oh.
If you've never done chest compressions, it's exhausting, folks.
So when you testified earlier that your husband had alerted you that he thought there was some kind of party going on,
Mhm.
do you know whereabouts in the river you were?
So where Isaac was laying just a little bit further, I guess if I'm looking at Isaac laying on the ground and the second person was a little further down, just a little further up where those roots and branches that I thought somebody had gotten stuck on.
Were you near the bend in the river in that location, if you remember?
I don't remember a bend. I mean, the whole thing is windy, so yeah, I mean, I could show you on a map or a picture.
We do have a blow up of the map. I can get that exhibit.
Yes.
Man, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 25A. I want to be able to do this so the jury can see too. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
The Apple River.
You indicated you started at River's Edge.
Correct. So we came down this way. I would have been right here. We came around.
Yeah, let me do this one. I'm sorry.
Okay. So we were floating this way, and I guess, yes, then we must have just come around a little bend because I'm guessing that copse of trees was right here. And so I was floating backwards and it was on my right.
And you pointed at the area on the exhibit that says incident location?
Correct.
So your testimony, you were coming
Oh,
around.
I'm sorry. Yes, this is the river. That's the highway. So,
Coming around that bend?
yeah, this bend. I'm sorry.
Okay, if this is the end down here and this is the start, would you have been going this way? I know it's hard to see.
Yeah, I guess I just don't know which way the river goes. Oh, so yeah, so this is the start and this is the exit.
Right.
Yeah, so we would have come down this way and I would have been going backwards here and it was on my right.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Trofficy?
I just have a couple questions for you, man. I think you said that you were tubing with your family, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and your husband was with you, is that right?
Correct.
And your group, or you and your husband and your children, your husband brought a knife, didn't he?
Correct.
Okay, and can you tell us what was that for?
We bring paracord with us when we go tubing. So if we don't bring paracord, we'll use the twine at the river's edge and we pull our tubes together to carry our coolers, our food, just kind of generally keep the group together because it's a bigger group when we go.
Okay.
And he uses the knife to cut that paracord. Apologies.
That's okay. And do you remember, or can you describe the knife that your husband had?
It was a flip one where you flip it open and it locks into place and then you move the lever and it relocks.
Okay.
And it had a clip on it.
If I said to you, it's kind of like a pocket knife that is closed and then you can take the blade and you can open and lock the blade. Is that fair?
Correct.
And only answer this if you know. Your husband followed you after you jumped off your tube to run over to see what was going on or to render aid. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know whether or not your husband pulled out his knife?
I don't.
Have you talked to your husband about the case or about the incident?
Previous, but we were asked not to speak about it later, so we didn't. But we've talked about it off and on over the years prior to this.
Okay. Do you know that your husband's knife was lost?
I did after.
Okay.
I found out after that it had been lost.
Interesting.
Do you know, well, I'll ask it to you this way. His knife was lost near the incident, right?
I don't know at what point it was lost.
Okay.
He is, I don't know.
Okay. Do you, your statement talks about that your husband picked up a snorkel. Did you see that?
I saw him pick it up, yes.
Okay. When he picked it up, did you see a confrontation happen then?
When he picked it up?
Or shortly thereafter? When I say confrontation, did you see people starting to yell or confront your husband about picking that up?
No.
No? Okay. Did you see your husband give that snorkel to the police?
No, he picked it up out of the river after Isaac was going, and it was just like a clear white plastic mask. And then I don't know what he did with it afterwards. I don't know if he dropped it. I don't know if he gave it to somebody.
So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Smestad, do you have any other questions?
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you, Ms. Baldozo.
Thank you.
You are excused. The witness coordinator in the back will tell you where to go next. Anybody need a break?
Yes.
All right, so we'll just take a short 5-minute restroom break. Let's come back about 9:05. All rise for the jury.
Okay. Well, I mean, she saw the injury to Isaac and she gave chest compressions. She doesn't know anything about how or why it happened. So not that useful a witness, really. Haven't we seen this? You might have seen it on YouTube. I'm catching up. So this is last Thursday's court testimony. Day 4 of the trial. But I haven't seen it yet. I'm playing catch up. Bump, bump. Okay, let's see. Super chats. Nothing new there. All right, so I'll go ahead and move forward. Past this break. Okay, here we go.
Mr. Anderson, please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you state your first and last name for the record?
Terry Anderson,
And is Anderson EN or ON?
EN.
And how are you employed?
I'm the emergency communications manager for the county
How long have you been in that role?
since 2007.
And what are your duties?
Managing the 911 center, making sure all the equipment operates, making sure it's staffed, and control, I shouldn't say controlling, but managing the audio logging of all the radio and phone audio.
So you're also the custodian of records there?
Correct.
And are 911 calls, dispatch logs, are those maintained in the regular course of dispatch?
Yes, they are.
Were you asked to
So maintained in the regular course of dispatch or records maintained in the regular course of business are exceptions to the hearsay exclusion. So these, of course, recordings are out of court statements being introduced in court for the truth of the matter asserted, which is the definition of hearsay, but records kept in the normal course of business are exceptions to the hearsay exclusion. That's why they're asking these specific questions as foundation.
retrieve 911 calls in the dispatch log for this case?
I was.
Did you provide those to the sheriff's office?
I did.
And may I approach?
Yes.
Handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 40. Identify what that is.
This is the log from the 911 system of all the phone calls that came in during that time frame.
And what was the time of the first 911 call?
Uh, 1547, which is 3:47 p.m.
By the way, I mean, most of this would not be very useful. Testimony from this guy. I mean, like, we know people called 911. That's got nothing to do with the self-defense claim, except the state's going to make a big deal, I expect, out of the fact that the defendant himself did not call 911. Other people in his group were calling 911, so he didn't really need to. But defendant himself was not. And the state's going to use that to suggest some kind of consciousness of guilt, effort to avoid identification, whatever the case may be here. Is there a law that says you have to call 911? No. But if they can make it look like you should have and you didn't, it can make you look bad, even if you have a rational reason why not. By the way, a lot of people who in the self-defense environment will suggest if you're in a confrontation and there's other people around and you've solved the problem and 911 needs to be called, that you don't call because you'll be recorded. And everything you say can and will be used against your court. Better to have someone else call on your behalf, your wife, a friend, whatever. And I'm not telling anyone not to do that. That's fine in its own way. But if you do that, you think the state will say, well, you didn't call 911. They sure will. Again, that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. It's just something to keep in mind.
So is that accurate, what I wrote up there?
It is.
And Exhibit 40, does that have some handwriting on it?
Yes,
Is that your handwriting?
it is.
What are you identifying or indicating, or what's the handwriting indicate?
That is the referencing the records management system, reversing that phone number as to the name of the person that's related to that phone number.
And so who was the name of the person for that first 911 call?
Gabriella.
Yes.
Yes.
Nazampur?
Yes.
And can you go through the names of the other callers that or owners of the numbers that you identified that called into 911?
Ashley Straker, Emma Alexander, Madison Cohen, Ashley Straker, Titania Lava, Madison Cohen, Ashley Straker, Titania, Eric Williams, and I believe the last one was a subject, Takano from Minneapolis PD.
And it looks like Eric Williams called a couple times.
Correct.
So I want to direct you to a specific call. The call from Tatiana Leva at 15:48:52. You see that one?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 63. Is that phone call, 911 call from Tatiana on that flash drive?
It is.
And have you listened to that?
I have.
Did you initial that flash drive when you listened to it?
I did.
I moved to admit Exhibit 63.
The objection? 63 is received.
May I approach?
Yes.
Anyone that's been marked as Exhibit 14. Are the rest of the 911 calls, or are all the 911 calls on that exhibit?
Yes,
Does it also have digital versions of the dispatch log?
it does.
Further mention that exhibit 14,
Any objection? All right, 14 is received.
also exhibit 40.
Any objection to 40?
40 of the,
What is it?
oh, no, no objection.
Can we have a question actually quick?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Bench conference. So this could be interesting. It almost sounds like the state wants to play a 911 recording. Maybe someone was hysterical on the line, and they want that intensity of emotion played before the jury. But you really should bring the witness in, whoever made the call, and ask them about what they saw.
All right, so
That's
I'm
the best
We're on
evidence.
40, no objection, correct?
Correct.
40 received.
I guess we'll see.
Judge, I'd move to publish a portion of exhibit 63.
Gonna play that Tatiana 911 call.
Yes.
Come on. Yeah, the state will lie and deceive in court. They'll obscure or hide evidence. It happens all the time. Not every time.
Judge, timestamp is 1:20.
He pulled a knife. Okay, so we're on the river. Do you know where the man with the knife is? And we are here, and somebody attacked one of our friends. Do you know where the man with the knife is? Okay. Everybody calm down.
Pause at 138, Judge. Now I'm just gonna play the whole thing from the start.
Yeah, sorry. Hello. What the hell? You know what I mean? Nicolae County 911, what's the address of your emergency? Hello, Nicolae County 911. Where are you at, ma'am?
Y muchos niños están heridos con cuchillos. No sé, eso está feo aquí. En Wisconsin, a terrible. Oye, dile a la policía nacional.
Ma'am, are you on the water?
I don't know what happened.
You need to talk to me.
Yeah, but calm down.
Somebody's got to talk to me.
We're at River's Edge.
Was somebody stabbed? Is that what you're calling about?
I don't know what happened. Somebody pulled a knife.
Okay.
So we're on the river.
Do you know where the man with the knife is?
And we are here, and somebody attacked one of our friends.
Do you know where the man with the knife is?
Okay. Everybody calm down. We're fine. Can
somebody tell me where the man with the knife is, please?
Okay, so we're on River's Edge, on the river. Someone pulled a knife on our friend. So our friend has a knife because we used it for the rope. Someone take I don't even know. I have no idea what happened.
Okay, do you know where the person with the knife went? The person that stabbed the other individual, do you know where they went?
Oh my God, I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, we have people help. Started your way. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Mr. Shrophecy?
Just a couple questions, Mr. Anderson. So
What was the point of all that?
the job, tell me if this is fair, the job of the people that you kind of supervise is to try to get as much information as possible about kind of what's happening.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that in your experience, sometimes you get calls like this where people are just yelling and screaming, and it's difficult for the dispatcher to really get any information about what's going on? Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. And can be for various reasons that's happening, but in this particular case, is it, I don't know if you can answer this question. At one point, the dispatcher says, we've got people coming, and then I think says that and then kind of disconnects the call. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that, are they trained to try to keep people on the phone, to disconnect calls, depending on the circumstances? How does that normally work?
Depends on the circumstances. In this case, there was numerous 911 calls, so the dispatchers were triaging, trying to gather the most pertinent information, the best information they could. And if they weren't getting any more information, they had to move on to the next call because there were other 911 lines ringing.
Sure. And it sounds like, at least from the information we have, there had been previous 911 calls about this incident. Is that fair?
That is fair.
So, thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Nothing else, Judge.
All right. Thank you. You may step down.
Do we approach again?
Yes.
That was a quick witness. Oh. I liked it much better when the court audio people would mute that annoying noise. That was the 19th witness for the state. I don't see a compelling disproof of self-defense yet. Not beyond any reasonable doubt. I don't know how many more witnesses they can have. They've probably already presented their best ones.
Members of the jury, we are going to take a short little recess. The good news is we're running ahead of schedule. So the next witness hasn't arrived yet. She'll be here at 9:30. So take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and then pick up the trial. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, I'm just going to pop up to the next witness. Looks like it's a uniformed police officer. Let me see. Hey, D says just renewed his platinum membership. Yes, don't let that lapse. Don't let your platinum membership lapse. If it lapses, I can't help you. We only provide legal consults to our platinum members now. We don't take outside consults anymore. Law self-defense member Stogies and Boomstick says, most honest thing I've heard the entire trial, the 911 call where the woman says, I have no idea what happened. True. Let's see. I guess the eclipse must be over, huh? All right, so that's everybody there. Super chats real quick. Nothing there. All right, let's hop back into the trial. We got plenty more to go.
Officer Farrell, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
John Farrell, Farrell.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Somerset Police Department
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
since June of 2013.
And do you also have training in first aid or emergency response?
I do. I'm currently licensed as an emergency medical responder.
And were you working on July 30th of 2022?
Yes,
On that day were you dispatched to the Apple River stabbing?
I was.
What was if you recall, what was the initial information from dispatch?
Initial information was people stabbed on the river, possibly one dead. I believe it was 3 victims as we were responding to the scene.
And did you head immediately to the scene, or did you have to go somewhere else first?
I had to grab a set of bolt cutters out of the PD garage, and then I went to the Sunrise Camp entry and had to cut the lock to get in, and then I went directly to the scene.
And is that the Sunrise Camp entry? Is that private property?
Yeah.
And was that the best access to get to where the incident was reported to have happened?
Yeah, there's a road that you can get on off Sunrise Drive in Somerset, and then it'll take you back to where the scene was.
And is that a campground that's in operation or no?
No.
And the owner is given permission for law enforcement to use that when needed?
Yeah, we had spoken to him in the past about it.
Were you one of the first officers to arrive on scene?
I was.
And how many officers, if you recall, arrived there originally?
I don't recall a specific number. I know as I was approaching the scene, I saw a Deputy Durand come down from the highway, and then Officer Stumo was behind me. And there was also another deputy that was behind me that was at the gate when I opened it.
And so can you kind of describe what the situation was when you got to the river?
Yeah, there was, I was being flagged down initially by people at the river bank. As I approached them, I saw one guy come out that was holding his side. It was later determined that he had a stab wound on his side that was being directed down into the river, where a female was sitting in a tube while bystanders were holding pressure on her left side. When I got down into the river, when I looked at her, I noticed that I could see what I believe to be her bodily organs outside of her body. Deputy Durand and I worked with bystanders to get her out of the river. During that time, we were trying to determine what was going on. Where's the suspect? There's a lot of information coming in at once, a lot of people in one spot. We were able to get her out. The other person that was there that was stabbed came up as well. I retrieved the medical kit from my squad car, provided some medical equipment to the other officers before I went into the river, and then headed upriver to where the other victims were.
And while you were at the river when you initially got there, were there still groups of tubers going down the river?
Yeah.
And was there a good crowd of tubers around also?
Yeah.
Did you know who was witnesses, who were just bystanders, or was it kind of just people everywhere?
There was people everywhere. I didn't know who was who. I mean, it was obvious to me who was injured, but other than that, I didn't know who witnesses were, suspects were, what anyone else's involvement was.
Did you have a body cam on?
I did.
Does your body camera indicate the date and the time of the footage on the bottom of the screen?
It does.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
What's been marked as Exhibit 22? What's that labeled as?
Farrell BC video?
BC body cam?
Yes.
Judge, I move to publish portions of it. I'm going to skip around a little bit to not show some of the up-close graphic parts.
So first, any objection to Exhibit 22? All right, received. Go ahead and publish the portions you wish to show. Tell us when you're ready.
Oh, and I'll ask another question. If we watch the first minute, would it just be you driving there?
Yeah.
We're going to start at 57 seconds, Judge. We're going to play to about the 5-minute mark for this first segment.
I got a cutter. A19-Q, call the on-call. Cut the wrong side, of course. There. Slide. Good enough. If you want to get an opportunity, if you want to have fire rescue space, let them know. Reach up there. Help with visual victims on the river, whatever they need to do to get access to that. KD 100 will be working on getting the investigators out. Check for seat handles ready to. I wasn't aware of that when I talked to him. That's where I'll go. KD is pretty good.
That's Sunrise access is open. Sunrise access? Correct. Open down to the river. That's where the
4503 dispatch should be on scene, just underneath, getting flagged down by people.
Sorry. I was just going to say, somebody in the comments said, it looks like it was a half day of court today. They've gone home. That's good news. I'm doing day 4 now. Hopefully we can get all the way through day 4. That was last Thursday. Then tomorrow, real time Tuesday, I can do last Friday, day 5, and the half day of today, day 6, and we'll be totally caught up through today. And then I'll still have to catch up on Tuesday. Okay.
So we're paused at 2:53. Can you see the timestamp on the bottom there?
I can.
What's the time?
15:54:45, which is 3:54 p.m.
The time of law enforcement's first arrival on scene?
Yeah. Yes.
It might be multiple groups, but it's like less than 50 people.
Oh, no.
Maybe.
Okay.
Come on. Sorry, my bad. Okay.
So we're paused at 2:53. Can you see the timestamp on the bottom there?
I can.
What's the time?
15:54:45, which is 3:54 p.m.
The time of law enforcement's first arrival on scene?
Yeah. Yes.
Can we have a screen again, please? And 15:54 would be 3:54 p.m.
Yes.
Is that right, what I wrote up there?
Yes.
They're going to keep playing until about the 5-minute mark?
They're all down where? We have to take the river down.
We got someone on camera.
Yep, come on up.
We got
Come on,
someone on
you come
camera.
up here.
We'll help him. Please.
Yeah, we got one. Where the suspect go?
I don't know.
No, but we got.
She got stabbed. Her right there. She got stabbed.
Okay. And there's 2 down there yet too. It's shallow water. So you
Yep, we're going. We're going.
Shallow. Dog is dead.
Just, we got one stabbing already up here.
The one kid that walked by you is too.
Yep, we saw that. Okay, she got a knife on you?
can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Gotta go one more cut here. Keep holding my shirt.
I know you do. I know you
You're
don't.
doing good. Keep holding pressure. Okay. Look after us overhead. I think we can just pick her up. She's got a destination. Get this underneath the building. You got guts.
We stopped at 4:52. And did you end up assisting to carry Riley out of the river?
Yes.
Where'd you bring her?
Just up to the paved road there by the squad cars.
What'd you do after that?
I retrieved medical equipment from my squad car and provided it to the officers who were tending to her, the other subject that was stabbed that was sitting next to my squad car, and then I headed into the river.
And we're gonna play from about the 8-minute mark. 7:59 is the timestamp.
We have to get your butt up a little bit here. Yep. Way up. Yep, we're going. Okay. Ready, Chase?
And the guy is still walking up the river.
The suspect?
Yes, he's I thought he was still carrying up the river.
4502 dispatch. We just received information. Suspect still has the knife and heading upriver on foot. .4502 dispatch. I'm just getting up to 06. It does appear that EMS is clear to get up here. Just make sure they know suspect's still large. We got officers up there at our entry point. If we can get a boat, that'd be great. Yep. Okay. All right. Seals. If you need a seal.
Yeah, I need just
Okay. Yep.
We stopped at 10:50. That first victim you stopped at and dropped off a chest seal.
Yeah.
You later learn that was AJ, or don't you know?
I don't know.
Okay. You know who that is up in the background there?
Which
on the bank to the right, that kind of obstructed by other people, but
the person that's being tended to medically and CPR is in progress. I don't remember his exact name, but I believe the first name was Isaac.
Okay. What did you do after this point?
I went up to the group that was doing CPR on him, and then assisted with that.
Did you eventually assist getting people off the river?
Yeah, when the paramedics arrived, they came up the river, then I assisted in getting him out of there.
How did you get Isaac off the river when you had to wade up like that?
Yeah, backboard was placed on inner tubes and then floated down the river.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Johnson?
Just briefly, sorry. So it appears initially you're in kind of responder trying to assist mode. Is that fair?
Yes.
Right. And at that point, I'm assuming you're training. You're not. I don't want to say you're not interested, but you're focused on kind of what's going on, and the investigation can kind of happen at a later point.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. At some point, your report indicates that you make it to the village park. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So from what we saw there in the times, how much later or how much time passes until you make it up to village park?
Oh, I don't know the exact time. It's not immediate. It's a significant time, but I don't know the exact time.
Okay. And we heard on the tape that you're getting information as it's kind of coming in. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. When you go to Village Park, are you then starting to maybe switch over from emergency situation to kind of investigative situation? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you made contact at Village Park with a gentleman by the name of Eric Williams. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And does he come up to you or you go up to him?
I had directed him out of the crowd to come talk to me. There was a group gathered together.
Okay. So did you have some information that he might have information?
I had information that the people in the group may have information, but as to who knew what and who was where, No, I didn't have that until I started talking to him.
Okay. And he had provided you at least some brief information about kind of what was going on, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he had provided you information that he was with Mr. Miu, right?
Yeah, in the same group, yes.
And he had provided you information as to kind of what Mr. Miu was doing
Yes.
previously, right?
Yes.
Okay. That he was looking for a phone, right?
That's correct.
At that point, do not take this as critical. At that point, you don't have any other information as to what had actually happened. Is that fair? What I mean by that is, I know you saw people that had been injured, but how they were injured, the circumstances surrounding that, you didn't have that information, right?
Some of the witnesses on the scene had mentioned stabbing, that's what had happened. But other than that, no.
Okay. And you locate tell me if this is fair, you locate various pieces of what may be physical evidence in your mind.
Yes.
Okay. And that was a shirt and a pair of swim goggles.
Yes.
Okay. Are the goggles like you would see, are they snorkel goggles or are they goggles like a swimmer who's competing?
I don't remember exactly what they were.
Okay. After your interview with Mr. Williams, and you're walking kind of at the river, is that your involvement in the case?
Yeah, that's the involvement. Yeah, I was, I had been given a ride back, and that's when you said, when I assisted with finding the evidence in the river, the t-shirt, the goggles. So there's that space between Village Park and where the incident actually had occurred, where I initially responded to. So I had gone from there back to that spot, and that's when I assisted in that searching where I found the t-shirt and the swim goggles.
I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. So after that's done, your involvement in kind of what happened here has concluded. Is that
Yeah,
fair?
yes.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Anderson, anything else?
Nothing else.
All right, thank you, Sergeant. You may step down.
That was witness 20 for the state.
Who is the next witness?
Chase Duran.
They're going quick. By the way, folks, I have some very definite thoughts and comments on Miu's purported dissembling or lying or whatever it was to police after the fact. But I'm going to wait to talk about that until we hear that testimony from one of the officers involved.
Sergeant Duran, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your.
Someone in the comments says, a fatal hard hit with a 2-inch blade is very bad luck for both parties. You'd be shocked at how often it happens. So some of you may be aware of the Courtney Clenny case, the OnlyFans model who stabbed her much larger boyfriend, stabbed him with a little paring knife. Blade was about that long in the chest once, hit his heart, killed him. I personally worked a murder case out of California as a law self-defense consult on the case. Self-defense case, young woman on a one-night stand. As gets into an argument with the gentleman afterwards, says he charges at her. She was the defense, of course, the case I worked on behalf of. Says this much larger guy charges at her. She's got a little pocket knife, little folding knife her dad bought her and had her trained on for self-defense. Stabs this much larger man in the chest once. Same thing, little blade, use enough force, compresses the chest just enough, nicks the heart. That guy bled in that apartment like someone had taken a fire hose of blood to it. Blood sprayed on the walls, on the ceilings, down the stairwell, everywhere. So, hey, Hella, how you doing? So it seems like it would be unlikely, but it's not that unlikely. It takes a good punch with the knife, but it's not that unlikely.
Your right hand. She will administer the oath. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
I'll be covering the OnlyFans case soon. I was going to do it this week, but this came up instead. I was going to do it last week, but this came up instead. She goes to trial. It's really been delayed, but I think she'll probably go to trial this year. I'll cover that trial live. But she also had some extensive pretrial hearings seeking pretrial release from detention. And there was a lot of very interesting testimony in those hearings. I'm going to cover that before the trial starts. It doesn't look good for her. in terms of self-defense, mostly because she talked to the police afterwards and pretty much gave herself up.
Oh, will you state your name for the record, please?
Chase Durand,
Can you spell your last name?
Durand.
What do you do for a living?
Patrol sergeant with Sheriff's Office, St. Croix County.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
About 10 years,
How long have you been a sergeant?
about 5 years, I believe.
Can you briefly describe your training to be a police officer?
Basic recruit school, 720 hours, and then attended several other FTO through the department, and then several other schools following that, SWAT school, boat patrol, several other trainings.
You have any EMT training?
Yes.
Was that included as part of your law enforcement training or something you did separately?
We receive a basic first responder level training in the academy, and then through our emergency response unit, we receive follow-on medical training from our tactical medics that's assigned to our unit, and have attended a 3-day trauma care training.
Were you working back on July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Did you get dispatched to the incident on the Apple River?
I did.
What information were you given in the initial call?
It was aired to us from dispatch that there have been several people stabbed on the Apple River, and dispatch said it was near the 64 bridge in Somerset Township.
Where were you located when you first got called?
I was in the Holton area.
About how far away? About how far away?
9 miles.
Did you drive over to the area where the call was coming from?
Yes, I responded emergent, and the area I'm familiar with, there's a private road underneath the bridge with no off-ramp on the highway there on 64. I parked up on top of the overpass and then went down the embankment to the river.
When you arrived, were there other officers on scene?
I first saw Officer Farrell, or Sergeant Farrell from Somerset PD.
You know what he looks like to me? Looks like he married Madison Cohen. Oops.
Do you remember any other officers you saw?
Once I got upriver, when we waded to the river, and then came across Officer Stumo at that location where the 2 victims were in the water still.
All right. So before you get into the river, did you get involved in some of the activities that were going on shore?
Yes. When I first arrived and made my way down the embankment, I came across, it was hectic and there was a lot of people near the bridge. There was one male subject who was able to walk, who had observed what looked like a stab wound. And then I was directed with Sergeant Farrell to to another female laying in her tube that had a wound to her left side. We used my soft stretcher with help of bystanders, to evacuate her out of the water up to the road, where I passed her off to another deputy arriving.
And after you did that, did you enter the river?
Yes.
At that point, had you been given any information as to who the suspect was or what they looked like?
Once I entered the water, people were yelling that it was a guy wearing scuba gear, and he went back upriver.
You didn't have a physical description?
At that time, no.
Were you wearing a body camera at the time that you responded to the river?
I was. On my first arrival with the first 2 victims I came across, it wasn't recording. And then when I checked it going upriver, I had to open up, it was our old body cam system, I had to open up the phone app and activate it. It wasn't turning on with the button.
All right. So if I understand you, part of what you did isn't on your body cam?
Correct.
Would that have been the activities that you were involved in with Sergeant Farrell?
The initial response with the first 2 victims we located, and then once I entered the water to go upriver, that's when my body cam turned on.
I approach you, witness, Sharon.
Yes, you may.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 43. Can you tell us what that is?
Flash drive.
And on the label?
Durand evidence with 43 on the.
Does it BC at the top?
All right. Durand BC video.
And BC stands for?
Body cam.
I'm going to ask move permission of 43 and ask to publish.
Any objection to 43? Exhibit 43 is received. Go ahead and play it.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to just give a warning that some of the images on this body cam are graphic, so anybody who may be concerned may want to leave.
So members of the jury, what you're about to see is difficult. It is evidence. You may consider it. Watch as much as you can. If you need to avert your eyes for a moment, you may. But I ask that you pay as close attention as you can because this is evidence in the trial. Mr. Smithson.
We're going to start at the 29-second mark. We're ready.
Yep. Okay. What is you see who the suspect was? Yeah.
Okay, have them hold it. He'll hold it. AJ, you hold my hand. Squeeze my hand, man. Squeeze my hand. So good, AJ. You're doing so good. So good. Squeeze my hand right now. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Right now. Right now. So good. So good. So good. So good. Okay, you're right here. You're right here. We're right here with you, okay? We're right here with you. You hear me? 29 to 19. I know, AJ. I know, AJ. We're right here. All right.
Go ahead for 19.
We're here for you. We're here for you.
Do you want me to go upriver and start coming down, or I'm at the bridge right now?
You want to start looking for the suspect. I'll work on a description. I heard one person say scuba gear.
45 up through dispatch. We're doing CPR. 45
Did you guys see what happened? Who did it? You know who it is?
No, it's just some rando on the river. Look, 5'9", 5'10" Russian looking guy.
He went somewhere over there.
Where's he wearing?
Hey, see him?
Hey!
I think they just went after him. I think he's up there. You get out of there.
Get out!
Where are you guys going? What? We need to know what he looks like. We got a lot of cops in the area. What does he look like?
I don't fucking know.
Hey, we got K9 coming. We can't track him if you guys tear up the whole central. 36.
Was our furthest downriver casualty point?
64 bridge.
10-4 believes to be going downriver. I can head straight down there.
Negative. Suspect went into the woods at the initial location, quarter mile upriver from the 64 bridge.
10-4. Did he go off on the north or south bank?
South bank. The cider cars are on.
Chase, do you want me to continue up to you, or do you want me to take my squad up the road farther into the woods?
Yep. Up the river. Section. Eric, go to the woods. We need to EMS here. Get these people out of here.
10-4. I just talked to rescue. They're working on getting them out into the water and up to you guys.
Okay, great. And what are you holding, hands?
21 to 29.
Careful, please be careful.
The road you up along the riverbank. If you can get guys, head that way up the road is that far from the river.
Just hold out there, okay? Just leave that there.
Yeah, you hold on, okay?
10-4. You'll have to squeeze past their spots and stuff. Copy. I'll point that way.
What the suspect wearing? Some shorts, clothes?
Some shirts and a t-shirt.
Okay.
A white t-shirt. Oh no, you have a t-shirt on for a hot belly.
Older man, he's in his 50s, 60s. He just has a knife.
46 to 29. I'm just coming through the ridge.
Right, hold pressure on his stomach.
Perimeter.
What? Pressure.
Yep, I'll go to the end of the Sunrise Trail and we'll link up there.
8019 dispatch. Suspect information.
8019, go to suspect.
Being told a white male, some shorts, shirtless, armed with a knife, possibly 50 years old. One person described him as Russian looking.
Not far off, Romania.
The color on those swim shorts?
Negative. Can't get that yet. Also, two of the friends of the person ran up into the woods are looking for the suspects. We have some other people contaminating the area.
Then for adult male, approximately 50 years of age, shirtless, wearing unknown color swim shorts with a knife, and two friends of victims are out looking for the suspect as well. 1608.
8019 dispatch.
8019.
Disregard. Where'd the suspect go into the woods at?
I didn't see that.
This way. We got a canine coming. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I know.
I saw him before the fight started.
I have a rag. I don't know how much it's gonna help, but if it's gonna help anybody, hold on.
Okay.
If you wanna apply it with another rag.
One here, one there.
88, 29.
They don't know. No one knows. They said this region. They don't know exactly where.
I have these two trauma bandages. I got a tourniquet and some quick clot Z-fold.
His guts are hanging out. The other one, I haven't been over to that one yet.
Let's throw that on the
Here.
person.
89. I don't know if that was Fred. We're just getting out of the 6. Where it is you need us.
I think 29 up the road here farther. Try to set up perimeter.
At the end of Sunrise Trail here, it's pretty thick. I'm not going to be able to see much down here. I would say go to the highway and start looking on that way. 10-4, we'll be up the highway. 26 dispatch, something you want to know? Cover stuff. 26 drops.
Hold on to me, okay?
8019 to the dispatch.
You too?
89.
Our two most critical patients are up here, upriver. Is this?
No. You guys see them? 8819 has 2 critical patients upriver. Do you have a team to go to extract them?
I didn't catch that. We're a quarter mile upriver from the bridge. We can see the squads. One, no vitals. CPR in progress.
10-40-19. I believe I have EMS in the area.
Do we have any helicopters en route for Lakeview or Lifelink?
Affirmative. 2 helicopters this time. 8821 dispatch. About a 10th mile upriver from the bridge. We have a male subject with a abdominal stab wound and a laceration to the leg. We have another male subject with a lateral slash across his abdomen. And we have one subject with a stab wound to the chest. CPR in progress. Central 3 victims, 1/10 of a mile upriver. Leg stab, open abdomen, and a chest stab. CPR in progress.
I know I'm annoying.
1680-19.
Go ahead.
Do we need additional agencies to assist with perimeter?
Yes. And I don't know. State Patrol's helicopter was in the area of Minnesota. I don't know if that's something we can utilize.
Hey, 16 dispatch. If nurseman's available and see if Polk County can send some deputies on.
Keep talking.
And for nurseman, cars copy.
Keep going.
Sergeant Rand, were you able to watch that as we all watched it?
Yes.
At some point in your body cam, did you run up into the woods?
Yes.
What was that all about?
There was movement up in the woods, people yelling at somebody. I ran up there, determined those 2 people that were going to go try to find the suspect. I told them to come back due to us having a canine coming, not to mess up the scent for the dog, and then confuse the perimeter or any type of aerial drone or helicopter assets coming to assist searching.
Did you know who those folks were up in the woods that were looking for the suspect?
No.
Did you see yourself on your body cam saying that they were friends of the victims?
Yes, through yelling in the crowd, I determined there was some type of relationship with the people.
But as of today, you don't know if they had any connection to these victims?
I don't know their exact connection.
And when you went up into the woods, you asked one of the people up there what the victim or the suspect looked like?
Yes.
And what was his response?
He didn't know.
So it appears that from your body cam, at least, that you were coordinating the response to this incident?
Yes.
So part of your duties as a sergeant?
Yes, it is.
At the same time, were you trying to get any info you could gather about who did it?
Yes.
And you were able to get some bits and pieces of that information?
Yes, there was a lot of information being thrown at me or people yelling, but one person I had talked to in a yellow shirt had the most amount of information about the suspect.
Were you also in the process trying to set up a perimeter to make sure that the suspect didn't get away?
Yes.
At some point, did you call for a state patrol helicopter?
Yes, when I was in Holton, I saw that Minnesota's state patrol helicopter was over Stillwater prior to coming to the call.
And what was the purpose of calling the Minnesota State Patrol helicopter?
Their air assets have thermal cameras. Wisconsin's airplanes do not.
Did the Minnesota State Patrol helicopter respond to the area?
I do not know.
Nothing further.
Mr. Shropsy?
Good morning, sir. You had indicated that direct examination that you saw those, as you said, people that were friends with, I think you said friends with the victims who were up in the woods, right?
Yes.
And you asked them, now they tell you what they're doing, right?
Yes.
They say to go find the motherfucker, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you took that to, tell me if this is fair, you took that as they wanted to go see if they could locate where this person was, right?
I interpret it as they're going to look for the suspect.
The way they said it, did it make you think that they were angry?
His
objection relevance.
Sustained.
You say one of your tell me if this is fair. One of your concerns about them running up into the woods was that you were sending a canine, right?
Yes.
Was another one of your concerns what might happen if they run into him?
Yes.
Okay. Do you tell them to stop?
I asked them to come back. Yes. I don't remember my exact words, but I asked them to not go into the woods.
Okay. And they tell you they're going to look for him, and then you come back down into the river, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any of the people that were up in the woods? Did you see any of them with a weapon, a baseball bat?
No.
And you were initially told that this suspect was wearing, and I think you said scuba gear?
Yes.
Okay. What did you take that to mean?
I interpret it as some type of swim mask and unknown what past I ranging from a snorkel and a mask to scuba tanks and that type of gear.
Okay. And it looked like to me the people that were some of the civilians that were tending to a person that we know as AJ Martin told you that the suspect had gone up into the woods. Is that fair?
Yes.
Would you describe that situation? You've been an officer for a while. Would you describe that as a pretty hectic situation?
Yes.
Right. And you're getting a lot of information kind of thrown at you at once. Is that fair also?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And you're getting different descriptions of the suspect in scuba gear and then he's got on shorts. So you're getting all kinds of things thrown at you. Is that reasonable?
Yes.
Okay. Are you having some, I don't want to say difficulty, but are you trying to process what's happening in terms of the information you're getting?
I'm taking all information in that is being yelled by people in the water, bystanders, and disseminating out to the rest of the officers on scene and dispatch what seemed to be the most accurate information I was getting.
Okay, in terms of making that determination as to what's the most accurate, what are you basing that information on in terms of what's true and what's not true?
People that said that they saw the actual event happen versus ones that saw the aftermath of what happened.
Okay, and so the people that are telling you what happened were, in your mind, the people that were near the people that were being tended to? Is that fair?
Some people,
Your Honor, no.
Overall, you can answer.
some people that I had asked in passing by, they said they didn't see it actually happen. And then the people that were attending to and in the area, the man in the yellow shirt was giving me the most information that had detail.
Okay, and so those people that were giving you that information, that was the information that you were trying to relay out. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so then did you relay out that the suspect had run into the woods?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know now whether or not that's true?
I do not.
Sergeant, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you for your time today.
Mr. Smestad? All right, thank you, Sergeant. You may step down. Everyone okay? Continuing? Anybody need a break? Let's continue. Mr. Smestad, who's next?
Calls Levi Stumo.
Last name again?
Levi Stumo, Stumo. I'm making sure he's here.
This will be witness 22. A lot of these witnesses now don't have anything really substantive to add to the self-defense narrative, one way or the other.
We've been calling all our officers to come in early. He's going to be here in 5 minutes.
All right, I guess we will take a break. 5 minutes. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
5-minute break. Waiting on Levi Stumo. Sounds like a John Malkovich independent film. All right, here we go. We'll take a quick look at questions. Where's my questions? Here we go. Let's see. Pop. Won't be another full eclipse until 2044, someone's writing. Well, I'll have to make sure to put that on my calendar. Okay, here we are. More bad witnesses for the prosecution. Yeah, these have not been great witnesses for the prosecution. Stogies asks, if he's found not guilty, can the state try to charge him with lying and evidence tampering, or do they have to charge him with everything here? Really, they have to charge him with everything here. There's a doctrine called estoppel. This is the opportunity for the state to bring charges for this event. Double jeopardy will prevent prosecution on ancillary charges related to this event. If they wanted to try him for those things, they'd have to try him here. Which they could have. Where did we see a weapons tampering charge recently? I mean, an evidence tampering charge. Oh, I'm drawing a blank on it. The Courtney Clenny case has a evidence tampering charge. Courtney Clenny is the OnlyFans model who stabbed her boyfriend. I mentioned him earlier, killed him. Spoke to police without a lawyer afterwards, pretty much doomed her claim of self-defense. And she's charged with murder down in Florida. Her trial will probably happen later this year. I'll cover it then. But her parents apparently went to the apartment where the killing happened a few days afterwards and found the victim's laptop, the dead boyfriend's laptop, and took it and hid it from police. And somehow that was discovered within the last few months. And now they were charged with evidence tampering as a result, arrested and then released on bond. So now they're being subject to prosecution, just like their daughter is being subject to prosecution. Let's see. I guess a number of people saw the eclipse. Congratulations. Bup. Yeah, these witnesses are going quick. Philip says, according to Yahoo News, the state has 2 more witnesses they'll present on Tuesday. And I guess then they'll rest. I guess they were delayed. But rather than just delay things, this judge does not like to waste court time or jury time. I guess the judge had the defense start today. present 5 witnesses until they recessed. So it sounds like the defense had to go earlier than they expected. They only had half a day's of witnesses prepared. When the state's witnesses were not ready, the defense agreed to start early, but ran through their half a day of witnesses. So that's where we are. It is unusual, but it does happen. Not often. All right, so that's all the member questions. By the way, if you're on YouTube watching this, I'm like, 41 subscribers away from 62,000. So if you haven't subscribed yet, there's a whole bunch of you watching. 671 of you. If 10% of you subscribe, assuming you're not already a subscriber, you'll put me over 62,000. That would be nice. How am I doing on oh, and I just broke 79,000 on Twitter. All right. See if there's any super chats. Supers, nothing new. All right, back to the show.
Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Oh, somebody reminded me. Yeah, the evidence tampering, the Russ trial, the Helena Hutchins trial. That's the one I was trying to remember. Helena Hutchins charged with manslaughter in the death of Hannah Gutierrez, charged with manslaughter in the death of Helena Hutchins, who was shot by Alec Baldwin on the set of the movie Rust. Helena was charged with manslaughter, and then months later, she was charged with evidence tampering because one of the witnesses told the prosecution that immediately following the shooting back at her hotel room, Hannah Gutierrez had given the associate from the filming a bag of cocaine to hold for her. There is a super chat. Donut Guard, $10. Thank you very much. Says, if the defendant walks with perfect self-defense, so he's acquitted, what are the chances that any of the state's witnesses will be charged with any crimes? None. The prosecution doesn't have. This is where they place their bets. They're not going to reverse course now. Well, that guy decided to shave his
Please have a
head.
seat in the witness chair.
No kidding. No jokes.
Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Levi Stumo, Stumo.
And did you previously work for the Somerset Police Department?
Yes.
You employed by a different law enforcement agency currently?
Yes.
So back in July, on the 30th of 22, were you dispatched to the stabbing on the Apple River?
Yes.
Did you respond to that bridge area?
I did, yes.
And did you arrive with some other officers?
Yes.
Do you recall who they were?
Sergeant Farrell and another deputy.
And of the three of you, do you know who the first one to head upstream was, upriver?
Are you referring to after getting onto the river itself?
Yes.
I believe that was me.
And did you have body camera on at the time?
I did.
Have a, may I approach?
Yes.
If that other guy married Madison Cohen, this guy married Riley Madison.
What's that mark? He said a 42. What's that labeled as?
Stumo body camera.
Director to admit and publish portions.
Okay. All right, 42 is received. Go ahead and play the portions you wish to show.
I'll just do it. While I'm doing this, did you after you were at the scene of the stabbings, did you go out to another location also?
Correct.
What was the second location?
The Village Park.
What'd you end up going there for?
To assist with apprehending the suspect if he was located at that location.
And Village Park, is that the exit for the tubers?
Correct.
All right. Can we have the screen? Looks. I'm on 1:54. If we would have watched earlier, just be you driving to the scene.
That is correct.
8100 will be working on getting the investigators out. 10 proceedings, those ready to. I wasn't aware of that when I talked to him. 10 broken. Idiot 30 trip. Dispatch Sunrise access is open. The Sunrise access.
All this is playing, is this that private road for an old campground?
Open down to the river.
Yes, it is.
10 for 50. I will do dispatch for the on scene. Just underneath, getting flagged down by people.
You have to take the river down. He punched me in the face. I don't know what the fuck. Got someone who can't move. Go help him. Please.
We're going to help.
We got a gentleman down there. Jesus, guns are out in the fucking open.
Okay.
All right, I'm stopping at 3 minutes, 30 seconds. I'm going to jump ahead. I'm going to mute the screen, please. All right, I'm ready. I'm going to play from 4 minutes, 29 seconds.
How far at?
Individual slit from here to his chest, his guts are exposed. The other one is stabbed in the chest. He's one stab in the tibia.
3 down there? We got 3 individuals down the river. Significant stabbing.
The other person, their lung is caught.
Okay, how deep? Not deep?
It's
All right.
It's short. It's short water.
All right.
They're doing CPR on the one who's going right here. The one.
Is he on the other side of the river?
No, on the side. Right down there. Right there. Come on, we're right next to each other.
All right, you want to help me out here?
I'm going to pause at 5:36. That gentleman you just made contact with, did you have any idea who that was at the time?
I did not.
I just want to write down, look like 1557 on the bottom of the screen there.
Correct.
That'll be 357, is that right?
Correct.
And I'm going to continue playing.
Where's the guy? Okay, where's the stabber?
I don't know. I'm going to have to check with it. Nobody knows. Yeah. We all got into it. I will do dispatch. That's going to be off Sunrise. Yeah.
Can't go fast.
I'm pausing at 6:41. You can take the screen down. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
Sir, the video showed you getting out of the car, walking toward the river. Is that right?
Correct.
And there's a blonde woman in a blue bathing suit, correct?
That is correct.
And you body cam captures her, correct?
Correct.
And as you know, body cams, you're absolutely able to like take a screenshot of that, correct?
Correct.
And on the body cam, the blonde girl in the blue swimsuit, her face is fully visible, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Were you ever asked to take a screenshot to zoom in on her face?
No.
Did you ever do that?
No.
You aware if anybody else ever did that?
No.
Did you ever come back and have contact with that blonde woman in the blue swimsuit?
I don't believe so.
And again, there's a lot going on, correct?
That is correct.
She wasn't, she didn't have any injuries that you observed, correct?
Correct.
Had she had injuries that you observed, you probably either would have told somebody else, tended to it, or tried to document them in some way, correct?
That is correct.
That's what you're trained to do as a law enforcement officer, correct?
That is correct.
In that moment, again, I don't mean to imply I'm critical of you, just you didn't have any awareness that she had an injury, correct?
Correct.
You didn't observe one, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You, at some point, and it's not on the video, it stopped, but if we continue on in the video, you move forward, continue up the river. Is that right?
Correct.
And as you go up the river, you have contact with a married couple, who's rendering CPR aid to one of the people who's injured, correct?
That is correct.
You've now come to know that that's Andrea and Robert Baldoza.
Correct.
At some point, did you see, you were speaking with them, correct?
Correct.
Did you speak with Mr. Baldoza?
Correct.
And did you observe him pick up a snorkel and or goggles?
I don't believe so.
Were you the one that collected those?
No.
Did he tell you about those?
No.
Did you make any observations of the snorkel or goggle?
I did not.
Did you speak with Mr. Baldozo about his knife?
I did not.
You want to ask you a little bit about the search for the suspect, okay?
Sure.
You heard different things, or let me take back. You were a part of that, correct?
Correct.
At some point, right?
Correct.
At first, it was all about rendering aid, correct?
Yes.
Taking care of people's safety, right?
Yes.
And making sure you could secure the safety of everybody else, considering you didn't know what was going on, right?
Yes.
You at some point learned that there were citizens that were looking for the suspect, correct?
Yes.
And you came to learn that at least one of those citizens had a bat, correct?
I apologize. Had a what?
Had a baseball bat?
I do not recall at this time.
Okay. When you were at Village Park, were you aware of that? You didn't remember the guy looking around for Mr. Miu with a bat?
I do not remember.
You certainly remember that there were non-law enforcement citizens that were looking for Mr. Miu, correct?
Correct.
And did you didn't know what their intent was, correct?
That is correct.
You, as a law enforcement officer, wanted to secure the suspect, correct?
Correct.
Both to keep everybody else safe from the suspect, correct?
Correct.
As well as to keep the suspect safe from everybody else, correct?
Yes.
You certainly don't want a lynch mob going after somebody, correct?
Correct.
And that was probably one of your concerns, is that the temperature on that river on that day at that time was extremely high and intense, right?
That is correct.
Lots of strong emotions, correct?
Yes.
And when you have and there were strong, intense emotions coming from numerous people, correct?
Yes.
And you, as a trained officer, were concerned about how those strong and intense emotions from numerous people could kind of escalate each other, correct?
Object relevant speculation.
Sustained.
You have concerns about the suspect's safety as well as everybody else's safety?
Objection asked and answered.
Didn't say that. Did you help in eventually finding and handcuffing Mr. Miu, correct?
I assisted with the very end portion of that, I suppose. Yes,
And he was, fair to say, compliant with law enforcement's requests, correct?
correct,
He didn't resist in any way, correct?
correct.
At the time, I would imagine you didn't know whether he had a weapon or didn't have a weapon, correct?
That is correct.
I would imagine at some point, if you find out somebody has a weapon, that changes things from your standpoint, correct?
Correct.
Would it be, again, trying to summarize me quick, you're thankful that he didn't have a weapon when you had contact with him? Did he have a weapon when you had contact with him?
Not that I was aware of, no.
Did he have a phone when you had contact with him?
I do not recall.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
When we're responding to this incident, what was your primary concern?
My primary concern was the victims on the river.
Stabbing victims?
That is correct.
Were you looking to see if other people had bruises or scratches or slight swelling or anything like that, or not paying attention to that kind of thing?
Only what was immediately directed to me.
So significant injuries?
Correct.
Nothing else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson? Thank you, Officer Stumo. You may step down.
End of Stumo.
Who is the next witness? Deputy Trebian, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
Will you say your name for the record, please?
Deputy Benjamin Trebian, last name Trebian.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a patrol deputy with St. Croix County.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
About 4.5 years.
What are your general duties as a patrol officer?
Patrol, take calls, respond to calls.
Were you on duty back on July 30th of 2022?
I was.
Were you one of the many officers that got dispatched to the stabbings on the Apple River in Somerset?
I was.
What was the information you were given initially?
I was given that there was multiple people that were stabbed on the river. I was sent a photo, was asked to respond to an area and set up a perimeter.
What was the photo you were sent?
Male, 50s, he was described as Russian, wearing camo swim trunks.
Who was supposedly the photo
Nicolae Miu, or the suspect in the stabbing.
Thank you. Were you given a specific assignment in relation to your response?
I was just tasked with responding to perimeter. I set up on near I and 170th and was moving there.
All right. At some point, did you get called away from where you were trying to establish a perimeter?
Yes.
And before we move on, when you say you're establishing a perimeter, what are you trying to do?
Just contain the suspect into a certain area.
At that point, had a suspect been located?
Not at that point.
At some point, you moved away from where you were assigned to establish a perimeter?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I responded. We were advised that possible suspect was seen at the tubing exit. I responded to corner of Sunrise and Parent Street in Somerset, where I then ran down to the tubing exit.
All right. Were other law enforcement officers there by the time you arrived?
Yes.
Were you wearing a body camera that day?
I was.
Were you recording your actions at that time?
Yes.
I can approach the witness, Judge.
Mr. May.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 47. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's my body cam flash drive.
Is it labeled?
Yes.
And what's the label say?
Tribune AC video.
That's your name?
Yep.
Center for admission of 47 and best to publish.
Any objection to 47?
No, Judge.
It is received. Go ahead and play the portions you wish to show.
This particular segment, Judge, is the whole video. It's less than 2 minutes. I'll start from the beginning and play to the end.
Tell us when you're ready.
2 minutes, 8 seconds, Judge. We're starting right at the beginning. We're ready.
Camera recording started.
Here's we were in a camel color shirt.
I'm sorry, yeah. No, it's okay.
At this point, okay?
Yes.
D6 dispatch, believe we have the suspect detained. I believe we have him detained at the time.
No, no weapons.
Number 336 has the possible suspect detained.
Okay.
64 Everybody hold where they're at. We need the photos so we can confirm this.
Got it. I got it.
I'm coming up on across the bridge right now.
Like I said, you're detained at this point, okay, boss?
I got a photo on my phone. I'll be there in a second.
Yeah. Chain matches.
Shorts.
What's your name? Nick. Nick what?
Nick Miu.
Okay.
This way.
Double lock at this point.
All right, we'll worry about it over here.
He's got a silver
It
chain on him.
matches.
Silver blockchain.
Same shorts.
Yeah. So, let me double lock this quick.
Number.
So like I said, sir, you're just detained at this point, okay? We'll explain anything in a second here. He got some pretty good markings on his hand, too. All right, so let's take a picture of that. We're on his thumb.
Deputy, was that your body cam, or a portion of your body cam from that day?
Yes.
When you made contact with Mr. Miu at the park, did his clothing match what his clothing was in the photo you were sent with the suspect you were looking for?
In the photo, he was just wearing shorts at the time. And the video there, he's wearing a camo button-down shirt. He's got glasses and a hat on.
When he was first detained, did you know for sure that he was the person you were looking for?
Not initially when I observed him, but once we pulled up the photos and confirmed the markings, then we did.
Did you have to remove his hat and his glasses to confirm that?
I believe so, yes.
You indicated in the body cam that he had some markings on his hands?
Yes.
Can you describe those?
Just cuts and nicks on knuckles and on his hands.
Did you take some pictures of those?
I did.
Yes, you may.
Deputy, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 48. Can you tell me what that is?
Pictures of Mr. Miu's hands that I took.
How many pages?
2.
How many actual photographs?
2.
Is that what you described as the markings that were on his hands?
Yes.
Are those the photos you took that day?
Yes.
With permission of Exhibit 48?
Any objection?
No objection.
48 is received.
Ask for permission to publish?
Yes, you may.
I'll do it on the demo.
Try, oh, clear. Let's start again.
I can.
No, that's working.
I'll say for the record, that's page 1 of the exhibit. That's page 2. After Mr. Miu was taken into custody, did you have any more involvement in this case that day?
Once he was taken into custody, I then searched his person, didn't locate anything on his person. I also assisted with canine search of the area of where the stabbing took place and evidence collection at that point down by the river there.
Right. Nothing further.
Mr. Nelson?
I want to ask you some questions of there at Village Park, okay?
Yep.
Village Park is where the exit is for the river, correct?
Yes.
Pretty much everyone who gets on the river gets off at Village Park, right?
Yes.
today there, or on this day, there was some exceptions that people were diverted over to another place to exit, correct?
I don't recall if there was a secondary point to exit.
And that wasn't like, there was an ambulance that came, people exited where the ambulance was.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
There was a small group of people that exited there. Fair to say?
Yes.
When I say small, it might be multiple groups, but it's like less than 50 people. Agreed?
Maybe.
Okay. Were you there at that point where the bridge goes over, Highway 35, 64 goes over, and where they brought the people with injuries out? Were you there ever?
Not later after, with helping with evidence collection.
Okay, but not until, by that time, I would imagine the people that had exited in that place were essentially had gone. Fair to say?
Probably.
Okay. You didn't observe them at least, correct?
I did not know.
You don't have a memory of it at least?
No.
So at the exit at the village park, you'd gotten a description of the man that you were looking for, correct?
Correct.
And it was based upon this photo that somebody had provided and distributed around, correct?
Correct.
And you know that that photo may have also been distributed to some citizens, some non-law enforcement people, for all you knew, correct?
I can't say that for certain.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of that now?
No, not until you said that.
Okay. And in addition to the photo, you had somebody's physical description, correct?
Yes.
And when you get a physical description, you in that position, you have you rely on it, correct?
Yes.
It may or may not be accurate, right?
Potentially.
Yeah. It may or may not be helpful, correct?
Possibly.
You're not there to judge the accuracy of it. You got that information and you're going to process it for whatever value it's worth, right?
Correct.
So in this situation, somebody said he looks Russian, correct?
Correct.
What does a Russian look like?
Sustained.
Was that helpful to you in any manner?
Not particularly.
Okay. When you were there at the village park, do you gain knowledge that there was a man with a bat looking for Mr. Miu?
I remember hearing about that. Yes.
And in fact, that man with the bat had confronted Mr. Miu just before the arrest, as far as you know. Is that right?
Objection foundation.
Sustained.
Do you know?
I do not recall if he ever approached him.
Okay. Were your the handcuffs placed on Mr. Miu?
I did not place handcuffs, but I was there. Yes.
Somebody else placed the handcuffs on him?
Yes.
Their other set?
I'm sorry. What can you
Somebody else's set of handcuffs were put on Mr. Miu?
Yes.
At some point, were you there to see that pair of handcuffs taken off and another pair of handcuffs put on him?
Yes.
And during that exchange, from Mr. Miu's one set of handcuffs being taken on to another set of handcuffs being taken on, do you remember the talk at that point in the presence of Mr. Miu about there's a guy looking for walking around with a bat? You remember that?
Maybe.
Okay.
I don't know if that's what we were talking about at that time, but
Do you remember that during one of the body cams?
yeah, I remember hearing about it.
Okay. And do you remember how Mr. Miu reacted in your presence when he heard that there was a man on the river looking for him with a body cam? Do you remember his look of surprise?
I do not know.
Do you remember his look of shock?
No, I
Do you remember his look of fear?
No, I don't recall that.
So were you the person that essentially, for lack of a better term, identified Mr. Miu like, we think it's him?
We saw him, yes, and then looking at the photo that we were sent, we confirmed it, yes.
Okay. And I understand you using the word we. You're the one here talking, so I'm not going to use the we. I'm just talking about you. Agreed?
Yes.
You saw him and you're like, I think that's the guy.
Correct.
And at the time that you saw him, can I get exhibits? 110 and 111, 112. All of those, if I could. Thank you. When you saw Mr. Miu, he had on a hat. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know if when he started the day on that trip, he had a hat on?
I do not.
When you saw Mr. Miu, you saw him with glasses on, correct?
Sunglasses, yes.
Do you know if when he started that trip, he had sunglasses on?
I do not.
When you saw Mr. Miu, he had a shirt on, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if when he started that trip, he had his shirt on?
I do not.
He also had shorts on?
Yes.
Do you know if when he started the trip, he had shorts on?
Don't for sure, but I'd assume so.
And when you saw him, he had a necklace on, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if when he started the trip, he had the necklace on?
I don't.
And then when you saw him, he had shoes on, correct?
Yeah, sandals.
And do you know if he started the trip with those shoes on?
I do not.
Essentially, those are the 6 things that you saw that he was wearing at the end of the trip when you saw him, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what of those 6 things he was wearing at the beginning, correct?
Objection has been answered.
When you saw him, you saw the necklace and the shorts. I'm sorry, the picture showed him with necklace and shorts, correct?
Correct.
You were still able to say, when you saw him wearing all 6 of the items, you were still able to say, I think that's the guy, correct?
Yes.
And when you essentially, you and other law enforcement officers said something along the lines of, come with us, right? You verbally told the person who we now know as Mr. Miu to like, stop, something along those lines. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when he was given that verbal command, he complied, correct?
Yes.
He was very, as we saw through it there, very cooperative, correct?
Yes.
The first words out of his mouth were something like, I'm sorry, something like that.
I don't recall. That's what it was.
And then you had close contact with him, correct?
Yes.
And you're a trained police officer. You're trying to both make sure everybody's safe as well as at some point maybe do some investigation, collect evidence, correct?
Yes.
It's all going on at the same time, right?
Yes.
So at some point during that, you make observations of his hands, correct?
Yes.
And when you made those observations, you made a point to document it, correct?
Yes.
Because that's what police do, right?
Yeah.
When they see evidence, they make sure they document it, correct?
Yes.
Can you imagine a world in which if you saw a mark on his hands, you wouldn't take a photo?
Objection, Your Honor, is relevant.
Sustained.
You took a photo of his hands.
Yes.
Why?
Evidence of potential evidence of crime.
You would agree the marks on his hands, you don't know how he got those, right?
I do not know.
They would be consistent with somebody perhaps falling in the river and having their hands hit the bottom of the river.
Objection, Your Honor, foundation irrelevant.
Sustained on foundation.
Have you seen people with marks on their hands before?
Yes.
Have you seen people fall in the river before?
Yes.
You've seen people's hands hit rocks and dirt and ground before?
Yes.
Would you say what you observed on his hands are consistent with someone's obtaining those marks from falling in the river and having their hand hit rocks and dirt and ground?
Potentially.
As a law enforcement officer, I imagine you have times where you deal with people who have drank alcohol, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes that's relevant evidence that you want to, again, document, correct?
Yes.
Some of those things that you would document would be something that you smell, right?
Yes.
Or some of the things that you document might be the speech that you hear that somebody says, correct?
Yes.
Because if somebody's intoxicated, they often smell of alcohol, correct?
Yes.
If somebody's intoxicated, they often have slurred speech, correct?
Yes.
When you notice those things, you might document them in a report, correct?
Yes.
And then you might do further investigation to try to collect additional information to confirm your observations, right?
Yes.
That might be simply to ask somebody a question, right?
Yes.
Might be to give somebody a chemical test, correct?
Yes.
Relevant.
It's very relevant.
We get to the point.
Yep. And if you have that observation, sometimes you don't only document it, you might give it on to somebody else that you're working with, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, you pass none of that information on to anybody else. Agreed?
Agreed.
And you didn't document anything regarding any particular smell of alcohol or signs of intoxication or alcohol use, correct?
I did not know.
And you didn't document those because when you were in close contact with Mr. Miu, you had no evidence, no reason to believe that he'd been consuming alcohol to the point that it would have been relevant evidence for you to collect, right?
My contact with him, I didn't notice any signs.
Sure. But you were certainly, and appropriately so, in your role as a law enforcement officer, you were right there next to him, correct?
Correct.
For at least several minutes, correct?
Yes.
That's all.
Mr. Smithstead?
Deputy, was part of the other information you had, in addition to what he looked like on the river, the picture, were you told whether he was alone or in a group?
I don't recall that.
When you made contact with him at the village park, was he with other folks?
Yes.
How many?
Roughly 12 to 15 maybe.
Had you ever been given information to look for a group of 12 to 15 people that he might be in it?
Not that I recall.
Is it fair to say there was a number of law enforcement officers located at Village Park when Mr. Miu came up from the beach?
Yes.
Did you see him approach any law enforcement officers?
I did not know.
Did you see officers approach him?
When we approached him, yes.
So in a situation where you surrendered?
Yes.
Did you, once he was detained, Mr. Nelson had asked you some questions about his, I guess, his expression. Do you remember any shocked expression on his face?
I do not know.
Do you remember, what do you remember about what his face looked like?
That he was kind of in a trance, didn't really say anything. I just remember him saying his name, and when he was told that he was detained, he said yes, and kind of in a trance-like state almost.
Bum, bum, bum.
Your experience as a law enforcement officer, I imagine you've dealt with victims in the past, correct?
Yes.
That's not good evidence to the state. He was in a trance. This again is the state asking questions and getting the wrong answers from their own witnesses. Why don't they know what this cop's going to say? He says, well, he was like in a trance. Is that consistent with someone who's in shock?
And when he was told that he was detained, he said yes, and kind of in a trance-like state almost.
Bum, bum, bum.
Mr. Nelson?
Your experience as a law enforcement officer, I imagine you've dealt with victims in the past, correct?
Yes.
Victims of violent crime, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes when you've
Oh my God, I just noticed the state got that answer and they gave up. They threw their hands up. Oh, we don't want to talk to this witness anymore.
victims of violent crime.
Mr. Nelson?
Your experience as a law enforcement officer, I imagine you've dealt with victims in the past, correct?
Yes.
Victims of violent crime, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes when you've dealt with victims of violent crime, you've seen them in ways that you observe to be expressions of shock, right?
Yes.
Not like shock as in surprise, but just like shock as in trauma, correct?
Correct.
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
And sometimes in those observations that you've seen of people who have been victims of violent crime, that can be expressed in a manner of like a trance-like state, correct?
Potentially, yes.
And that's what you saw from Mr. Miu was consistent with that shock-like trauma, correct?
Shock or something similar.
That's all.
Thank you, Deputy. You may step down.
That was great. That was great for the defense.
Who is the next witness?
I know a lot of people are making a big deal out of the fact that the defendant didn't like aggressively go to turn himself into police up on the bridge. And the defense narrative from opening statement has been he was in shock. Now the cop that helped put the cuffs on him says, yeah, he looked like he was in shock to me. State, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? Good Lord. All right. That's it. That's great evidence. That's great evidence for the defense. What was that? 240, about 242 on my timestamp. All right. Next witness.
Sure. No, sorry. Yeah, Mitch Thomason.
We have to talk about his body cam?
Yes.
All right. Members of the jury, I do need to speak with the attorneys about a matter, so we're going to excuse you to the deliberation room. I hope this won't take very long, but please be patient.
All rise for the jury.
th witness. The next witness will be 24.
Please be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. The attorneys and Mr. Miu are present. At the beginning of trial, Mr. Nelson submitted a letter with a motion of sorts objecting to a portion of Deputy Thomason's body camera footage. Mr. Anderson, you've received a copy of that letter?
Yes.
Who's arguing the motion?
I can.
Okay. Are you intending to play the portions that he's objecting to?
Yes.
All right. What's the basis?
So Miranda only applies if it's a question likely to elicit an incriminating response. They said, you're under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide. Okay. And he says, okay, that's it. They're not interrogating him. They're not asking him questions about the incident. They're just asking if he heard what they said. He says, okay.
Mr. Nelson?
Respectfully, I disagree with that recitation of the facts. It's a very short video, and I don't see any reason why Your Honor couldn't watch it right now. They do tell him he's under arrest. They do say, okay, and he doesn't respond. They then say, we're next going to essentially bring you to the police station, and there's going to be an investigator there to speak with you. And then they ask the question, all right. And it's to that question that he responds, okay. So it is not in response to the information that he's being charged with a crime. It's in response to a question about what happens next and where you're going to go.
So you're objecting on Miranda?
I'm objecting on relevancy, and I'm also objecting on Miranda.
Okay. What's the relevance?
So he's acknowledging he's hearing what the officers are saying. and then he acts surprised in his interview, like he didn't know somebody died. There's a lot of that that's going to be argued in closing. The chaos at the scene, all the victims there, everybody else seeing what's going on. That will be one of our arguments. But then also, he's told he's under arrest for homicide, and then told there's going to be somebody's going to talk to him. He acknowledges he hears them, and then he acts like he's surprised in the interview.
Judge, if I may?
Yes.
If the state wanted to introduce testimony from a law enforcement officer that said, I told X to Mr. Miu, I think they get to do that. It's the response that we're worried about. And so if they call the officer and the officer says, I told him he was under arrest for X and Y, there's no, I don't think what happened next is the cutoff, but I think they get to do that. And I think that addresses whatever relevancy there is to it without having to get into Mr. Miu's response.
I guess I don't understand what the prejudice is.
Well, the prejudice is obvious.
I think I just outlined it. That's our position. I haven't.
Prejudice.
Right. Good judge. I was just going to make that point. I'll let the judge make it, I guess. But the state says, well, I don't know what the prejudice is. Well, if you're introducing it, state, it's prejudicial. That's the only reason you'd introduce it. You just explain what the relevance was. The relevance is the prejudice. And the judge just says that. I'll rewind it just a few seconds.
They don't want
response.
I guess I don't understand what the prejudice is.
By the same token, what's the relevance?
I think I just outlined it. That's our position. I
There's the
haven't.
prejudice. They don't want that to come in because it's obviously harmful.
But why? I haven't heard it articulated why it's prejudicial. They just not wanting it to come in isn't prejudice.
So a couple of things. I don't have to prove it's prejudicial. You have to prove it's relevant. If it's relevant, I can then argue it's unfairly prejudiced. That's not my argument. I'm saying his answer is not relevant. If you want his answer in, which is what you, I think, are trying to do, that's a different relevancy analysis. And first, that's a Miranda violation. Second, I think his answer is the probative value is outweighed by the probative value of his answer is outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. So the question, I think, really is, what's the relevance of his answer? Not his being told the information. We get that. We concede that.
So if it has any tendency to make it more or less likely it's relevant to be excluded, this prejudice has to substantially outweigh the relevance by statute. And I still haven't heard an articulation on how it's prejudicial.
Okay, let's turn this a different way. What about the Miranda analysis?
It's not a question likely to or meant to elicit an incriminating response. It's just
You're using it to prove he's guilty. So isn't it an incriminating response?
it turned out to be, but at the time they're just asking if he heard. But it's only useful to the state because then he later acts like he didn't know somebody died.
Just lastly, Judge, again, his answer isn't to the information about his arrest. His answer is in response to they're telling him they're taking him to the police station where he's going to meet with an investigator.
I saw the video once during motion practice, so I have a vague recollection of the sequence. But if it's short, let's take a look at it so I can make a fresh decision. Tell us when you're ready.
So the state is saying, listen, we told them he was under arrest for homicide. And the state's claiming he acknowledged us telling him that. And then when we interrogated him later, he acts surprised that someone had died. That's the prejudicial nature of it. The defense is saying, you told him he was under arrest for homicide, and he did not respond to that. He didn't give you a respond until you then told him we're taking you to an investigator, and then he said, okay. So for all we know, you told him he was under arrest for homicide, and he was in shock and never heard that. And that's why he was surprised later during interrogation. So his non-response to the homicide declaration is irrelevant. It doesn't tell you anything about his later conduct, is the defense position. Now the judge wants to look at the actual video, as the judge should do. If the defense description of this is correct, then I would agree with the defense position that it's irrelevant. Also, the state argument that it's not a Miranda violation because it wasn't intended to elicit incriminating response. Well, they're introducing it for incrimination purposes. Especially if the non-response is going to be, well, we asked him and he gave no response. I mean, was he effectively asserting his right to silence there? I would say no. I think that's a pretty weak argument on these facts, but I would make it as defense counsel. By the way, look how much trouble he's at risk of getting into because his communication with the cops was the word okay. Right?
All right, I'm ready.
So right now you're being placed under arrest, okay? You're being placed under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide. And that's all we're going to discuss with you right now. More than likely, an investigator will come talk to you at the jail. All right? Okay.
Yeah, defense is right. Defense is right. Defense is right in their description of the event, whether the judge agrees with their legal analysis. I mean, he looks like he's looking right at the cop speaking to him. It's not apparent he's not absorbing that information, that he's being charged with homicide. Clearly, he absorbed the information he was being taken to an investigator. So I could see the judge going either way here.
Further thoughts? Anything else?
No.
All right. The video, in my judgment, has evidentiary value to a point. If it is the state's contention that Mr. Miu acted like he didn't know what was going on or acted surprised during the jail interview, I think it's relevant to show that he had advanced knowledge about the circumstances of his arrest. So clearly the portion of the video where he's being taken into custody, the deputy tells him the reason for it, I think is relevant for that purpose. We can see on the video, Mr. Miu appears to be alert. He appears to be paying attention. So I think that will feed into the state's argument. That much is relevant. The portion where Mr. Miu acknowledges what was being said had to do with the investigator coming to see him. That does not have the same relevance that you're describing here, because it has nothing to do with Mr. Miu being told about the charges. He's being told about something else, which is not relevant to the jury's task. So I'm ruling portion of the video after the reason for the arrest is announced is irrelevant. I don't know what mark that was in the sequence, so I'll have to go through one more to identify exactly the point where it's going to stop.
Okay.
So the state's not happy with that because the state wanted to be able to say, look, he said okay. Jurors, you can hear him say okay. He heard that information about why he was being arrested. Now all the state can say is, well, they told him why he was being arrested and later he acted surprised. But now the defense can say, yeah, but our position is he's in shock. We don't know that he absorbed that information. And the jury will never have heard the okay after being told he's being taken to an investigator.
Oh, can we get the screen?
Yes. So right now you're being placed under arrest, okay? You're being placed under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide. And that's
2036. Obviously, if it's a second or so off, as long as I'm not getting the part that Your Honor said, I can.
Continue playing. Let's see how close it is.
all we're going to discuss with you right now. More than likely an investigator.
So 236 is the spot. All right, anything else we need to address?
We made for Chair Knutson, given Your Honor's order on the suppression motion, we actually clipped it, so we didn't, because that one happens really fast, the follow-up. So we clipped it down to 23 seconds. So I was just gonna play that to make sure that Your Honor agrees it's in line with the order, defense does, so there's no surprises.
You've seen the clipped version?
We,
Okay, let's play it then. If Knutson is next, let's play it. We can roll right into the next witness.
and we actually are doing Thomason first, so it'll be Thomason, then Knutson. Okay. And I imagine their defense doesn't want a suggestion that there's more than this body cam, so I was just gonna ask, is your body cam on this flash drive? Ask to publish, play it, and not go into detail or ask if it's only a portion, et cetera.
Sounds fair.
And just for the record, this has the full one on there, but I actually want to pull up the screen so we can see it. The reason we have both of them on there is because in the event Nicolae testifies, the rest could potentially be used if your court, Your Honor, agrees that it's not coerced. I don't think we've ever, it was mentioned in briefing, but I don't think there's ever a ruling on it. But
Just so my understanding is when that exhibit is marked and that exhibit is published, we're all agreeing that for now, it's the digital file titled 23 seconds for court.
correct.
Agreed.
Agreed.
That's my understanding.
We can have the screen back.
Play.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's on?
Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody,
All
I hear somebody got stabbed,
right.
and I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now.
We tried to end it too on a spot that seemed like it's not cutting off and it feels natural.
I agree that that portion of the video is consistent with the court's ruling. So other than our previous objections, I
Correct.
understand and don't object that anymore.
I agree the 23 seconds portion is consistent with my ruling as well, so that will be admissible and played to the jury when the time comes.
As long as we're outside of the presence of the jury, when Mr. Thomason is called, I understand this, they're going to play this clip. Mr. Thompson has another video. I don't know if the state intends to call that portion of the video. I intend to play a portion of that video in which the presence of the baseball bat is discussed in front of Mr. Miu. So as long as we're out, I don't know if they're going to have an objection. If so, I just wanted to let everybody know right now. It's on exhibit number, or it's on previously marked discovery video number 105, at approximately the 3-minute mark. I'm happy to pull it up right now. When we can.
I have the actual exhibit here, so. We didn't have advance warning that they wanted to do that, so I have not watched that portion recently.
So I don't know how long they're directed. We can deal with it now. We can sort it out over the lunch hour, whatever Your Honor wants to do.
How long's your direct?
Your Honor, that might be the portions of the video that I was planning on playing are very short, obviously.
So we'll probably get to your cross.
Okay.
How much cross do you have? Do you have a lot of cross?
Depends on your definition of a lot. But no, I don't think so, Judge.
So potentially we could get to your portion of the video before noon.
Yes,
All right,
potentially.
let's take a look then.
Who's gonna be putting it up?
I am.
If you could start it at 2:55, just so I know exactly what's, I think it starts at the 3-minute mark.
You can turn it on. When the jury's out, we can.
In fairness to the state here, part of the argument is that they're claiming the defendant was dissembling afterwards, that he was pretending he didn't have knowledge of the events. He couldn't have been involved. It's almost like claiming an alibi. Obviously, that's not the case. He's clearly the person who stabbed these people. His legal defense is self-defense, which means he did it intentionally. So to the extent it looks like he's dissembling, it's, could arguably be consciousness of guilt evidence.
The guy with the baseball bat was just responding to the sighting. Yep.
Continue to staging point 22.
The guy with the baseball bat was just responding to the sighting. Yep.
He certainly looks alarmed there. See those wide eyes.
305.
Mr. Smestad?
I don't check it.
All right, solves it. All right, let's bring the jury back in.
By the way, if he'd said nothing at this stage of his questioning, the state might have been able to use it against him. You have your right to silence, and that silence cannot be used against you, but that's not triggered. That privilege not to have your silence used against you is not privileged until you've either been Mirandized or you've asserted your rights unequivocally yourself. If prior to that point, the cops ask you a question that an innocent person would have responded to, then the state's free to say an innocent person would have responded to that. Your privilege against self-incrimination has not yet been triggered.
I'll do it.
Your Honor, I think we've got an agreement that I don't have to have the witness look at the flash drive and say what's the job.
It's up to you guys.
Yeah, no, we're not going to be objecting to body cam foundation.
If you're speaking with an investigator, if you're in handcuffs as a suspect, if you have not yet been Mirandized, absolutely assert your right to silence and your right to counsel.
All rise for the jury.
Turn Mike if Mr. Smestad's going to do these. Please be seated. Members of the jury, thank you for your patience. We are ready to resume. Mr. Smestad, who is the next witness?
Mitch Thomason.
Deputy Thomason, please approach. Face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
Can we state your name, please?
Mitch Thomason,
How do you spell your last name?
Thomason.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a lieutenant with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
How many years have you been a law enforcement officer?
Over 20.
What are your duties as the lieutenant with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Department generally?
Supervising the patrol unit.
Do you recall July 30th of 2022?
Yes.
Did you get called out due to the Apple River stabbing incident?
Yes.
Were you out in the field doing work?
I was not working that day. I got a page out for our SWAT team was paged out for that incident.
As a lieutenant, is that something that you're typically involved in?
Yes.
All right. Did you get dispatched to a particular area?
The page had the initial incident location. So when I responded to the sheriff's office to grab our drone. And then while I was en route, I forgot the drone. While I was en route to Somerset, the updated location of near the rapids is where I responded to.
And when you say the rapids, is that by Village Park?
Yes.
You said you were off duty, but when you responded, were you in uniform?
Correct. Yes.
Carrying a sidearm?
Yes.
Where did you first go?
I responded to basically the east side of the river underneath the walking bridge, which is accessible by vehicle by turning off a Main Street or Highway 35 to the south and following a trail.
Had you been given at that point a picture of what the suspect looked like?
Yes.
Do you recall, as you sit here today, what he was wearing in the photograph that you were given for the picture?
The initial description was a 50s something, white male, no shirt, swim trunks with a gold or a necklace chain. The picture was similar to that.
At the time that you arrived to the area, had the suspect been taken in custody yet?
No.
Because of that, did you use caution when you approached?
Yes.
Did you draw your firearm?
I did.
Explain what happened once you got to the Village Park area.
So I parked my squad, exited. I had my handgun drawn but pointed down. There was a group approaching me, walking on the footpath. What struck me as odd is one of the people in that group was wearing a long sleeve button up shirt, hat, and glasses. Didn't fit in with the rest of the group. I could see just a little bit of a necklace. I felt that was possibly the suspect that we were looking for. However, I knew a large portion of officers were coming down behind me. So I passed that group to make sure there wasn't, just to rule out that there wasn't anybody else that matched the description. And then behind me, I heard someone yell, that was the person.
Was the defendant part of that group that walked past you as you were going down?
Yes, he was the one wearing the button-up long sleeve shirt, hat, and sunglasses.
Did he make any attempt to flag you down or talk to you?
Nobody did. Nobody looked at me as I walked past with my gun drawn.
How many seconds after you walked past did some other law enforcement person recognize him?
Probably within 5 to 10 seconds, because at that point it was a civilian with a baseball bat that yelled, that's the suspect, or that's the guy.
Did you see the civilian with the baseball bat?
Yes.
Did he attack the defendant in any fashion?
No, he just pointed at the subject.
At the time this happened, did you have a recollection of how many law enforcement personnel were in that general area at the Village Park? I mean,
everybody was still responding. As the suspect was taken into custody, it was one of our deputies, Deputy Ben Trebian, and a Polk County deputy, and then I was standing there. So in the immediate area surrounding the person himself was 3 of us, but it was constantly people showing up. So I don't know a static number of the initially.
once he was, strike that, were you wearing a body cam that day?
Yes.
Was it recording your activities at Village Park?
Yes.
Did you at some point make contact with Mr. Miu after he had been arrested or detained?
Yes. After he was handcuffed, I escorted him to my squad, placed him in my squad, grabbed my transport belt, just knowing with the incident that this would be a timely process, and then switched out his handcuffs with a transport belt so his hands were handcuffed in front of his body instead of behind, and then placed him in my car.
Yes.
By the way, for those of you interested in Miranda, I did a reading and analysis of the Miranda decision just a couple weeks ago while I was traveling. It's in our content online. If you look at it, several episodes reading through Miranda. Believe it or not, Miranda was a 5-4 Supreme Court decision, and there were 3 dissents written by the 4 dissenting justices.
Mr. Smestad.
Lieutenant Thompson, are you aware that your body cam is located on a flash drive that our offices have been holding on to?
Yes.
If I go to his march as Exhibit 9, would that make sense to you?
Yes.
We're going to be playing a portion of your body cam from Exhibit 9. I'm not going to ask you questions about it. I'm not going to have you comment about it. We're just going to play it. Okay?
Okay.
And we're starting at the 2016 mark.
Advice on arrest? Are we done with that?
It's gonna pick me, prick me, stick me, hurt me in any way. So right now you're being placed under arrest, okay? You're being placed under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide.
Is that your body cam?
Yes.
That's your voice in the background? Correct. And we stopped the judge at 2036.
Thank you.
After informing Mr. Miu of what he was charged with, nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Thomason. Morning.
Morning.
I'm going to ask you some questions about your arrival at the Village Park where the exit is there, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You observed, can I get that exhibit one time again? Yes, please. 11 maybe, both of them? Thank you. When you observed we saw the video here, just a 20-second clip when you were, do you remember what he looked like there?
Yes,
He didn't have sunglasses on in that picture, correct?
correct,
He didn't have a hat on in that picture, correct?
correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 110, and it's been published before, okay? I want to ask you some questions about that. Permission to publish that? You've seen this photo before, sir?
I don't think so.
And I know that, Elmo, there's a bit of a glare. Are you able to see it, or do you want me to give it to you in your hand?
That's fine.
Do you see to the left there a person you now recognize as Nicolae Miu?
Yes,
He's in that photo wearing the shirt that he was wearing when you arrested him.
yes.
He's wearing the necklace that he was wearing when you arrested him.
Well, without confirming it, but it appears to be the same. Yes,
He's wearing a necklace.
yes,
Agreed? He's wearing sunglasses. Agreed.
yes,
He's wearing a hat. Agreed.
yes.
And I think you can even see like the sandals. Agreed.
Mine is cut off on the bottom, but
Miss. You see it there just on the bottom.
it appears so.
So in the photo, exhibit 110 appears to be wearing the same 6 items of clothing that you saw him wearing when you saw him walking up from the river. Is that right?
In a different manner, but yes,
The shirt was buttoned up, correct?
yes,
But other than that, it's the same clothing, correct?
yes, that appears
And obviously, he has a different expression on his face at the beginning of the trip than he does at the end of the trip, right?
correct.
You, when you're approach, and back to the village park where the exit is, okay? When you approach there, you said you drew your gun out, correct?
Yes,
Obviously, that's for lots of reasons, but particularly safety. Agreed?
yes,
Your safety first, correct?
yes,
And then the safety of everybody else around there, correct?
yes,
Whether they be victims, witnesses, suspects, citizens, you're concerned about everybody's safety, correct?
yes,
And that's why at that point, even though there's not an immediate threat to you, you have your weapon out, correct?
yes,
That's what you've been trained to do sometimes, correct?
yes,
Be prepared, correct?
yes,
Did you in that moment, you had information, correct?
yes.
Did you have a particular fear, or is this just in that instance, were you fearful? Is that why you drew out your weapon?
If I understand correctly, I wasn't responding to how I felt being in danger. I was responding to what the information I was given and to conduct my job properly.
There might be danger. The safest thing to do here is to have my gun drawn.
Yes,
And when it was drawn, again, I'm just trying to gather the facts, not being critical of. Do you understand that?
Mhm.
How, when you draw it, do you, we've all watched shows, and so sometimes I see somebody pointing a firearm. Sometimes I see them holding it down by their side. Sometimes it's with one hand. Sometimes it's with two hands. As you come down and you make visual assessment that Mr. Miu is there, you don't know at the time that he's Mr. Miu, but now we do. I want to ask about how you're holding the gun then. Does that make sense?
yes,
Can you tell us that?
yes. It was pointed down towards the ground.
Okay, one hand, two hands?
One hand.
And then as you had it one hand down towards the ground, you're walking past people, correct?
Yes,
And one of those people that you walk past is Mr. Miu, correct?
yes.
And about how far are you? 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet?
I'd say within, let's call it 8 to 10 feet.
Okay. And do you see him standing, walking, jogging, running? What do you see him doing?
So the group that he was with, there was maybe 1 or 2 people between him and I, but they're all walking straight from where I came from, past me and all looking straight ahead.
Okay.
I look at them, see him, and then I'm scanning the area.
So Mr. Miu was with other people and they were all walking at the same pace, correct?
Yes,
Fair to say it would just be a normal human walking pace?
yes,
You, when you walk past, your thoughts are, that might be the guy, correct?
yes, similar.
Yep. But you also knew that other law enforcement was coming, correct?
Yes,
And in that moment, you made the choice, not critical again, just you made the choice to say, I'm going to keep walking to see if the guy might be down the river, and we'll let the next group of law enforcement deal with this person that might be the guy. Fair to say?
yes. So my decision was predicated purely on the fact that I knew more officers were arriving.
Yes.
If I knew I was down there by myself, what I believed him to be more than likely the suspect, I would have taken him into custody right away.
Sure. Or I imagine if you believed that he was in that moment posing some sort of immediate danger, you'd address that, correct?
Correct.
But for what you were like, that might be the guy, your danger assessment wasn't heightened based upon your observations of him, correct?
I was not being attacked or threatened to be attacked. I think that's what you mean.
Just, you didn't find a reason at that point to say, even if I think that's the guy, I need to address him right now, right? I'm imagining that's because you're like in that moment, even if he's the guy, you didn't think he was so dangerous that you needed to address him.
Use the word imminent.
Based on what we're told, there's the danger of what was reported.
Absolutely.
But I also need to make sure that I don't mistake somebody else and get ambushed or miss a potential another suspect. So that's why I was looking just to double check. If that makes sense.
Doesn't, but I'm not a law enforcement officer and it doesn't need to. So I appreciate that. There's lots of factors that you're considering, correct?
Yes.
In whatever reason, in that moment, you decided to walk past him and let the next group of officers deal with him, correct?
Yes.
And then they did deal with him, correct?
Yes.
And then you turned around and observed that, correct?
I turned around and assisted.
And by the time you turned around to assist, they were dealing with it, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Miu was not running away, correct?
Correct.
He was cooperating, right?
Yes.
Well, from what you saw, he complied, correct?
Correct.
And at some point you decided, you saw that he was cuffed with his hands behind his back, correct?
Yes.
That can be an uncomfortable position for some people, agreed?
Yes.
And because of that, you were like, this might be a long time. I'm going to go get, would you call it a belt?
Transport belt.
What is that?
That's a name for it, but it's a Velcro belt, has a D-ring in the front. So then the handcuffs go through the D-ring. So basically for any extended period of time that someone's restrained, their hands can be in front of them, but then they're secured at their belt line. So if someone wanted to resist or try to do something, their hands are locked at their waist, but it's more comfortable position for a longer duration.
And you knew essentially he was going to be placed inside of a squad car where he would be sitting down, correct?
Yes.
And sitting down with your hands cuffed behind your back can be painful, correct?
Yes.
So that was the purpose, and you're putting him in this belt is for safety and comfort, right?
Safety and then comfort, just knowing that the investigation might be lengthy.
Sure. And I'm not critical of your considering both. I just want to make sure that it's not just safety. Agreed?
Correct.
It was an additional, you're wearing these things out and saying, I got to do this, got to make sure that he's comfortable and can sit there that long, correct?
Yes.
During that time, when you go get your belt, you come back, you're up close with Mr. Miu, is that right? You assist with putting the transport belt on him?
Yes.
You're like in his personal space, correct?
Yep, correct.
And in that time, he doesn't do anything to you, correct?
No.
You agree?
Yes, correct. He did not do anything.
It was a poor question on my fault. And because of your job, you have to be essentially in his personal space, right?
Yes.
And when you were in his personal space in that setting, I'm sure you're trying to both keep everybody safe, right?
Yes.
And as part of that, you want to make sure that the person whose space you're in is comfortable, correct?
It's one of the considerations.
Yeah, you don't want to get in somebody's personal space without kind of making sure it's safe for everybody, right?
Yes.
And part of that is you're making that person feel safe even though you're in their space.
Correct.
And you did that, right?
I believe so.
And you were safe, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Miu didn't do anything to you, agreed?
He did not.
And when you're in that space, you have an opportunity to make observations of him, correct?
Yes.
Including to smell, correct?
I can, yes.
Because sometimes in cases you've involved investigation involving matters of alcohol, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you can use is your nose to smell if it seems like somebody was consuming alcohol in some way, correct?
Yes.
And if you gather that information, you document it in some way, correct?
Yes.
And you might pass it on to another person, correct?
Yes.
And you might do further testing, correct?
Yes.
You didn't document, pass it on, or do further testing regarding Mr. Miu's alcohol use, agreed?
I did not, no.
And the reason you didn't is you had no reason in that moment to suspect that he was somehow intoxicated, right?
Yes, and it was also not a detail that I was concerned about or part of something that I would have been a part of at that point.
Sure. If you smelled it, you'd have noted it, remembered it, told somebody, right?
Yes.
So what we can gather from your not noting it, telling anybody is you didn't smell it.
Correct.
During that process, there's also you gained information about there's a citizen out there with a baseball bat. Is that right?
Yes.
And this is the citizen that essentially pointed out Mr. Miu to law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And do you know if that citizen, we understand he wasn't attacked. I'm not trying to imply that. Do you know where that citizen was in relation to Mr. Miu?
His group hadn't approached that citizen, but they were walking in towards that direction of where the citizen was. But that citizen was also near law enforcement as well.
Was that citizen approaching Mr. Miu?
I heard him yell. When I turned, he was just standing and pointing. And then I was only probably 20 feet away.
Did you come to learn that that citizen's name is Carl Schilling?
I never spoke to the citizen or identified him. Somebody else did. So I don't know who he was identified as.
Okay. there was information exchanged between law enforcement, amongst law enforcement, in the presence of Mr. Miu about this guy with the baseball bat. Is that right?
I guess I don't know.
Okay. There's on your body cam, there's a time when I think we hear you and others talking about the baseball bat while Mr. Miu is right there. Make sense?
Okay.
Let me just play that. All right. I think it is Exhibit 9 at the 248 mark. Permission to play Exhibit 9. I actually paused it at the 247 mark until the 305 mark. Oh, I'm not hooked up. That's why it's not working. Sorry about that. Yes. Going to press play, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about this.
But bear in mind, lunch is here, so.
I got, okay. I'm pressing pause because I didn't have the volume on. Pressing play.
The guy with the baseball bat was just responding to the sighting. Yep.
I just played from about 247 to 305. That was your body cam?
Yes.
And that was you again doing the transport belt on Mr. Miu?
Yes, I was securing the handcuffs.
And that was Mr. Miu looking around, correct?
Yes.
While the police were talking about the guy with the baseball bat?
Yes.
That's all.
That's that. Anything else? All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. You are free to go. We're going to break for lunch. Same warnings as before. Please, no independent research or investigation. Do not speak with anyone, including yourselves, about this case. Do not read any media accounts or social media reports or posts about this trial. We will reconvene at 1 p.m. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
All rise for the jury. Okay, let me fast forward to the end of lunch to get ready, and then I'll turn to Q&A. Okay. Well, so we saw her. Uh-oh. What happened? Saw her. Saw him. Him. This is the... He's new. Right? I'm just going to play this long enough to make sure I'm in the right spot. Yep. Next witness. Yeah, all right. The clock on the wall says 1:30, 1:25. So they're back from lunch. All right. Just a reminder, today's Law of Self-Defense content is brought to you by Law of Self-Defense itself in the form of our upcoming Law of Self-Defense Advanced class. Our advanced class teaches you everything you need to know in one day on how to be hard to convict if you're ever compelled to use force in defense of yourself, your family, your property. It's taught live by me, live class, streamed to you at your computer over Zoom. We only teach this class twice a year. Saturday, April 20th is the next one. If you miss this one, it'll be October at the soonest before we do it again. In this class, we teach you about defense of yourself, defense of others, family, neighbors, colleagues, strangers, active shooter events. It's all different, folks. We teach you about defense of property, and there's many types of property for use of force purposes. There's highly defensible property like your home, perhaps a business, perhaps an occupied vehicle, perhaps your RV. Sometimes it is highly protected property, sometimes it's not. parts of a hotel, if you're staying in a hotel, but not all the parts. If you're in a tent, can be highly defensible property. If you're out camping. On the other hand, there's least defensible property with many, many restrictions on your privilege to use force in defense of least defensible property. By the way, do you know that your pets qualify as least defensible property? It's true. We talk about consciousness of guilt evidence, like this kind of evidence tampering the state will talk about here. We talk about self-defense immunity. We talk about, spend almost an hour talking about interacting with the police in the aftermath of a use of force event. This is an area that's got Nicolae Miu looking at life in prison without possibility of early release. Something to know about. There's at least 3 distinct interactions with law enforcement: 911, responding officers, investigators. 3 different types of interactions all need to be dealt with separately. We explain how you can devise a customized, legally sound self-defense strategy for your particular circumstances and much more. If you go to that website, lawofselfdefense.com/advanced, we have a list of more than 100 very specific self-defense law questions that we answer in plain English during this live class. And there's tons of opportunity for live Q&A at the end to make sure you understand everything we talked about. Saturday, April 20th. Can you afford to miss this class? Do you know when you're going to be attacked? You think it would have been helpful to Nicolae Miu to have taken this class before he went tubing July 30th, 2022? It's too late for him now. I get letters from people in prison all the time telling me that if only they'd read my book before they did what got them in prison, they wouldn't be in prison. And that's true of my book, and it's true of this class. You don't know when you'll be attacked. It's not up to you. You need this knowledge and insight on board before the unpredictable timing of the attack happens. And this week, we're still in the early registration period. You get 50% off. Check it out at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. Don't wait till October, folks. I'm not sure if I've mentioned this already, but I'm right now I'm doing a legal consult for one of our Law of Self-Defense Platinum members. The event he was involved in happened in March last month. He became a Platinum member in November of last year. So he was a member for November, December, January, February, and then he got in a fight, looking at felony charges now. And of course, we're doing his consult. But imagine if he'd waited 4 months longer, he'd be out of luck. We wouldn't be able to help him. Don't wait, folks. Grab your opportunity now. All right. Let's see. Taking questions. Questions from Law of Self-Defense members are free. You can become a member right now for 99 cents at lawofselfdefense.com/trial, or it needs to be a $10 super chat. $10 minimum. Feel free to pay more. Though I don't know why you would. Just become a Law of Self-Defense member. Let's see. Yeah, the state witnesses are going quick. They're not really that helpful to the state. The state hasn't rested yet. So what happened is apparently the state's witnesses were late. Some of their witnesses were late. So the defense has begun to present its case, and tomorrow the state will present its last couple of witnesses, is what I have heard. Last 2 more witnesses on tomorrow. So it's a little bit out of order. Normally the state's completely done before the defense starts, but this judge does not like to waste trial time. Let's see. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Look how horribly he hurt those children after they tried to kill him. Yep. Everyone says the defendant hit Miranda Cohen, but they've yet to provide any evidence other than the self-serving testimony. That's highly inconsistent. And of course, she had already committed a battery on him. So he'd actually be legally privileged to use force to defend himself against her battery. Let's see. Will F says, is it just me, or has the prosecution really only put forward 2 direct witnesses that were in any way credible? I'd say they were I can think of two that I thought were credible in the sense that I didn't think they were lying, but their testimony wasn't very helpful. They were honest about the fact that their recollection of events was inconsistent with the video. That's not helpful to the state. It means they're being honest, which is nice. Will Parker says, I learned from our good friend, Rich Brown, great guy, Rich Brown, works with American Warrior Society, to be non-reactive. It's a good case for that advice to be followed. I think what Will is saying, how I would put it is, we need to make our self-defense decisions in an emotionless way, not allow our emotions to get involved. Be Spock. Rational. Doesn't mean you can't be decisive in self-defense, but it should be emotionless decision-making. Practical. Yeah, defendant lost a ton of weight. SWAT means different things in different jurisdictions, folks. I lived in a very small New England town one time that had its own SWAT team. It was basically the whole 6-man police department, and they had the body mass index of these prosecutors. I think if any of them had ever run up a flight of stairs, they would have had a heart attack. They had a little bread van, almost like the one from the old SWAT TV show, like from the 70s, if you remember that. Let's see. Will Parker says, I've attended the law of self-defense advanced class many times. I still attend those advanced classes. Yeah, we have many, many people who've attended that advanced class 5, 6 times, sometimes more. It's a fire hose of information. Ashley asked, do you do much with appeals? I'd have to say not much, because most of the cases I consult on, we get the charges dismissed. So we don't go to trial very often, much less an appeal. But if we provide a consult to somebody and they end up getting convicted and they're appealing, our consult continues on the appeal. We don't drop them. We keep providing our consult service until every avenue for relief has been exhausted. Will F says, a knife would be proportionate to the crowd. The response cannot be limited to a single party. From the whole, everyone battering him as part of a combined lethal force threat. Yeah, so the knife would need to be proportional to the threat. And an aggressive, physically violent crowd, especially under these circumstances on the water, even just 10 inches of water, if you're face down in it, you'll drown, obviously can readily inflict death or serious bodily injury. Had it been only the woman, force short of lethal would probably have been the appropriate response. Yeah, probably. Right. All right. Let's see if there's any super chats. Refresh. There is one. There's a couple. Let's see. Only one new one. Holly Perro says, first of all, thank you for the $10, Holly. First off, I'm trying to do the 2-week trial. Can't figure it out. Question, will we ever see Maddie's testimony? If he's found not guilty, can any of them be charged? I will look for Madison Cohen's testimony and see if I can find it. But I got to tell you, folks, this catch-up doing multiple shows a day doesn't leave much energy or time at the end of the day to be researching Madison Cohen's testimony. Is something wrong with the 2-week trial? Where it says join monthly now, just 99 cents for 2 weeks, then $9.95 a month. You do the 2 weeks, just cancel it if you don't want to continue. No questions asked. 100% money back guarantee. And then you should receive, once you do that, you'll get an email from us immediately with instructions on how to log into your account and get to the member dashboard and the member chat and all that. That's how that works. Let's see. Will we ever see Maddie's testimony? I don't know. I'll look for it. I'll do what I can, folks. That Marcy's Law is really irritating in Wisconsin. I'm not a fan of most of it. All right, so back to court. back to court.
Investigator Sheppy, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
Mitchell Sheppy, SCHAEPPI.
And how are you employed?
As an investigator at the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
since 2016.
And were you one of the investigators assigned to this case?
Yes,
Did you also respond to the scene on the day of the incident?
yes,
And at some point, were you alerted by other officers that a knife was located?
yes,
Did you respond to the area where it was located?
I did.
And can you just kind of tell the jury what you came upon?
So when I was notified of where the knife was located, me and my partner walked through the river back to the scene. When we got there, we noticed officers from the Richmond Police Department up on a ledge and pointed down to where a knife was in a muddy section of the shoreline. Just above that shoreline, there was sort of a wall that had dried dirt on it and some green moss. The knife was located, laying there closed on top of the muddy portion of the shoreline.
And were the officers who alerted you to it, were they still standing there at the scene where it was?
Yes,
And did it appear the knife was undisturbed, meaning no footprints leading up to it or anything like that?
correct.
And you said you took photos?
Yes,
Permission to approach? Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 50. Can you just look through that and then identify what they are?
these are photographs of the knife and the area around the knife as I walked up to it.
Judge, I move to admit and publish.
Any objection to 50? No?
I'll show them digitally. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. And just before we go into these, did you take pictures from different distances and also of around the area where the knife was?
Yes,
Okay, I'm ready. So what are we looking at in this photo?
that's a picture from me out in the water. As you can see, the officers from the Richmond Police Department are up there, and that's the over.
Holly Perro, $10 super chat, had a another facet of her question I skipped over. She asked if he's not convicted, if this defendant's not convicted, can any of these state witnesses be used against her? Can any of these state witnesses be charged? The technical answer is yes. The practical answer is that'll never happen. The prosecutor places their bets on this defendant. This is the one he's going after. He's not going to reverse course now and go after witnesses that he presented to the court as viable, credible witnesses he had confidence in. He's not going to turn around and criminally prosecute them now. So, yeah. So every question does need to be $10. So on Super Chat. So if you're on YouTube and you'd like to post a question or comment you'd like me to address, and it can be multi-part, but each one, whatever Super Chat message you submit, needs to be a $10 minimum. That's a $10 minimum. That's for, I just want to make sure that Default Anonymous in the YouTube chat gets that. Default Anonymous, it's $10. It's a $10 minimum. Did you get it? $10. So you take a dollar bill and then you put 10 of them next to each other, and that's how much it costs to do a super chat. Does that make any sense? Or you could take two $5 bills, or maybe a single $10 bill. I don't know how they taught you things like currency in school, elementary school, but that's what it is for a super chat. So I hope you understand now. You seemed a little confused there. All right, here we go.
Overall area of where the knife was located.
I'm gonna zoom in and see if you can see the knife in this photo, just for context on the location. Is that it right there?
Yes,
The branch on the zoomed out picture is almost pointing to it.
correct.
And what are we looking at here?
Just a different angle of the knife itself and the area around it.
Oh, there it is. Oh, he's zoomed back out.
This photo?
This photo is to show the undisturbed nature of the sand.
Same thing, other direction.
Correct.
What's this photo?
It's a photo of the knife.
What are you trying to document here?
In that photo, I'm trying to show the vertical facing wall and how the dirt on there is not dry and the green moss that was on the knife as it was laying there.
And now I'm back at, for the record, the digital file, and this one ends 1938-46. Can you elaborate on that while I'm looking at this photo?
Yes. So as you see, the knife here is what I observed is the dirt on top, what I believe to be dry dirt, different than what's wet on the bottom below it. When that, I concluded to believe that the knife was tossed or placed up against the back wall before it fell there.
The dirt the knife is sitting on, was that, and that's a hypothesis, you don't actually know that, fair?
Correct.
But the dirt it's on is wet, is that fair?
Yes.
The bank behind it was dry?
Yes.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So it's kind of hard to see terrain in photos, agreed?
Yes.
So,
I wonder if the state did any DNA testing on it. I mean, if you habitually carry a folding knife, I would expect skin cells, dander, to get, over time, it gets in all the crevices of that knife. It shouldn't be hard to match it to the defendant. Of course, he was in the river with it. And so some of the water from the river might have washed some of that out. But I wonder if the state bothered trying, or if they decided not to try because they didn't want a non-result. And if they did DNA, did they get a non-result?
obviously not to scale or anything like that, but if this is the river, can you just, is this what kind of why don't you describe it for the jury?
Yeah. So if this was the water, the river, where the knife is located would be right here on the washout. The vertical rock wall that I was just trying to describe is right here, and this is where the officers from the Richmond Police Department were standing.
Okay. And can we have the screen back, please? Close up of the knife.
Correct.
Then is that you holding it?
I don't know if that's me or Deputy Kelly at the time.
That's actually probably not you, huh, given where it's coming from.
Correct.
All right. And was the knife, you can mute it. Was the knife secured? Was the knife secured as evidence?
Yes.
How did that happen?
I provided the knife to Deputy Bolt, who was up top. He put it in a paper bag and walked the knife back to land to the evidence collection point and secured in a vehicle.
And who was the evidence tech for this case?
Deputy Kelly.
Permission to approach? Yes.
I'm handing what's been marked as Exhibit 64. What is that?
It's a list of the evidence collected in this case.
And is that this knife on that list?
Yes.
And how do you use some sort of numbering system to differentiate between evidence items?
Yes.
What evidence number is the knife?
Number 10.
Okay. Judge, I'll offer 64.
Any objection to 64?
No.
The exhibit's received.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
Actually, I need to stick it. Yeah. All right. Handing what's been marked for the case is Exhibit 4. What is that?
This is a box containing article number 10, which is the knife.
Can you open it up for me? You can put on gloves. Judge, while he's doing that, I'll move to admit Exhibit 10 and publish on the Elmo.
Exhibit 10 is body cam.
Exhibit 4, sorry, evidence item 10.
The objection to Exhibit 4?
Once he opens it and it's confirmed, no.
Let's wait.
Is it sealed all around with evidence tape?
Yes. That is article number 10, the knife.
Can you,
Objection to its admission? No. All right. Exhibit 4 is received.
are you able to take it out of the box?
Yes.
Can you bring it over and set it under the Elmo here?
Summon the Elmo.
Can you open the blade also? Thank you. You can put it back in the box.
Wow, we didn't get a display.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Mr. Trofficy?
Thank you. Investigator, did you have an opportunity to watch the video of the incident?
Yes.
Have you seen that?
Yes.
Okay, so to be fair, on the video, you see Mr. Miu walking in the direction.
Judge, object, can we approach?
Yes.
I expect the state's objections to be beyond scope of direct because they didn't ask this witness. about the video of the incident, not the actual incident, but only about his recovery of the knife.
Objection overruled. You may answer.
Oh.
Investigator, is Sheepy? You tell me.
Sheppy. Yeah.
So you said you've seen the video. On the video, do you see on the video where Mr. Miu walks over toward the area where the knife is found and then walks kind of away from that area?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you, if I can, about another part of the investigation that you did. Okay.
Okay.
You are an investigator, right?
Yes.
Do you also do forensic downloads of cell phones?
No.
Do you collect those cell phones to be forensically downloaded?
Yes.
Okay. And can I ask you, on September 2nd of 2022, do you remember being brought into a meeting with Investigator Williams and Madison Cohen and her mother? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you write a report on that?
I did.
Okay. And there was, in terms of what you recall, there was a hope of trying to locate a potential photo of Madison Cohen on her cell phone, right?
Yes.
Right. And if you recall, there was a question on whether that could be done because Ms. Cohen had told you that it was deleted, right?
Correct.
Okay, so she had said, I've taken my phone and I've deleted that off of my phone.
Yes.
Okay. Do you, as you know what type of case it is in September, right?
Yes.
Do you ask her at all, why would you delete you're the alleged victim of a crime, why would you delete the picture in a case like this? Do you ask her that?
I don't recall.
If you would have asked her, would that be in a report that you prepared?
It should. Yes.
And she's with her mother in this interview room, right?
Correct.
And once she says, meaning Ms. Cohen, once she says that it's deleted, you explain to her that there's potential ways to recover information that's been deleted off of a phone, right?
Yes.
And you explain to her that there can be what is known as a forensic download of a phone, right?
Yes.
And what that would be, kind of in layman's terms, is whether it's your department or some law enforcement department, has the ability to kind of go through someone's phone, finding information that the user believes they've deleted off of the phone, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you explained to Ms. Cohen that it was possible, if she would provide her phone, for your department to do that forensic download, right?
Yes.
Okay. You ask permission for the phone to do that, and she provides you permission. Is that true?
Correct.
You review the download of that phone. True?
Yes.
Your review of that download, and let me ask you this, you really try to you tell her, and you want to narrow the time frame that we're dealing with here, right?
Correct.
Okay, so somebody might have 10,000 photos, but the forensic download can narrow it down to a specific day, right? You can search for a specific day, right?
Through the entirety of the download, yes.
Okay. And you've reviewed the forensic download information, and would you agree?
I guess I'd just object on, I don't think that's been asked yet.
Well,
let's get the question out first.
Okay. Would you agree your report indicates I did not observe any photographs that appear to be taken of Madison's injuries during the time frame?
Correct.
Okay. So based on the information that you have, it wasn't deleted, right?
I object on foundation and speculation. Can we approach?
Yes.
I mean, strictly speaking, the state's right here. There is missing foundation that the defense should be going into here. Like, something could be, quote unquote, deleted from the phone, but you'd still discover it. I guess he kind of touched on that. If you don't discover it, then it can't have ever been on the phone. Some of that the judge will get been patient with, I would expect. Everyone involved, the prosecution, the defense, and the judge knows how these cell phone downloads work. And the judge is going to want them to get to the point quicker rather than slower. Fast forward. Fast
On
forward.
foundation. Next question.
Thank you.
Objection sustained. On foundation. Next question.
Thank you. So investigator, in terms of what you did, in terms of it says your review of the download. Can you explain what you did in that regard?
No, objection.
Yes, sir. So I don't have any part in physically downloading the phones. I don't have training for that. However, I'm able to review what a person that is trained on that downloading the data that's in there.
And what does that consist of?
Can consist of photographs, call logs, social media accounts, text messages, etc.
Okay, so I'm going to try to make this quick and get rid of the stuff that doesn't matter. So when you're looking at this download, are you seeing photographs that you're not interested in?
There may have been in the consented time frame that Ms. Cohen had given me, but I'm looking for specific photographs of our conversation.
Okay, and that was, to be fair, that was in reference to these injuries that she said she had documented, right?
Correct.
And is there information provided in this, I'm going to call it download report. Is that fair? Is it like a download report?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there information in that download report as to whether or not, in this particular case, there were other deleted, I'm not interested in what they were, but other deleted pictures?
I don't recall if there were other deleted pictures in the consented time frame of what I was looking at.
Does this report, so this report indicated to you, or what was in this report is, there's no photographs that appear to be taken from the injuries during that time frame, right?
Correct.
Is there information in there as to whether or not there were any, you don't know if there were any deleted photos from that time frame?
Correct. I do not recall.
Do you know, based on your training and experience, whether or not deleted photos can be recovered?
I don't have the Celebrite training, but in my experience, I know that sometimes deleted photos and messages may be recovered in a download.
Do you recall speaking with Madison Cohen and her mother about this injury that you said she had?
I recall the meeting, yes.
Okay. And the meeting is recorded, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask if you remember. If you don't, I can show the video. Do you remember Miss Cohen's mother directing a point on her face where she said she saw the injuries?
I recall that instant, yes.
Okay. And what she recalled, to the best of your recollection, is she was pointing to the left side of her face, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. Yeah.
More bench. I can see Nelson's laptop again.
So just so I have it clear, you don't have a recollection, if I heard you correctly, of where Miss Cohen's mother pointed on her own face that she saw the injury to Ms. Cohen. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. That's it. Investigator, if I show you a still photograph, it's a still of the video interview, might that help refresh your recollection as to where Madison Cohen's mother said that this occurred on?
Yes.
Can you see that?
I can.
I can't see it that good. You'd agree that in that photograph, she appears to be pointing to the left side of her face, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry, folks. I want to capture that. Let's see. Everybody is so well fed. The breadbasket of America, Wisconsin. Is that where they have the cheese too? The cheese curds?
Face, right?
Correct.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Anderson?
Did Madison's mother confirm she saw some sort of injury on Madison?
I don't recall.
If she's pointing to the face, is that what she's been doing?
That picture, she was either pointing and scratching. It was on the left side of her face. Yeah.
Oh, you don't even know what the context of it is just from that still shot?
I mean, no, but
Okay. So Madison, the forensic download, was it just photos or was it the whole cell phone, text messages, photos, everything anyone has personal on a cell phone?
in my experience, that's what a forensic download is the entirety of the phone.
And you didn't do a search warrant, she gave you consent for that?
Correct.
Nothing else?
Mr. Prophecy?
You told her you could get a search warrant though, right?
I explained I could apply for a search warrant.
All right. Thank you. Investigator, you may step down. I'm sorry?
All right. End of witness.
Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
What are we looking at here? A little under 2 hours of real time to go.
Yes.
Charles Coleman, Judge.
Charles Coleman?
About an hour and a half of 1.25 time.
Lieutenant Coleman, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson?
Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Charles Coleman.
And how are you employed?
I'm the patrol lieutenant for the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
And what are your duties as a patrol lieutenant?
Administrative and supervisory in nature. Make sure that our deputies have the training and equipment that they need. We oversee their regular day-to-day duties and make sure that they're providing the service that the county and our sheriff expect.
And do you also assist sometimes in investigations if there's short hands?
Yes, any major felony case or critical incident, I will assist with the investigation.
And did you assist in this investigation?
I did.
And what role did you have?
My main role was to forensically map the crime scene or incident scene on the Apple River.
And as part of, why don't you just tell the jury generally what that means?
When you forensically map a scene, you end up taking an instrument or a device out there and you try to gather up all the physical evidence with the instrument to transfer over to a digital system, allowing you to view the scene days, weeks, or years later. The instrument is accurate and helps preserve the scene for you to see after the fact.
Once you have the scan, is it kind of like a video game where you can move around inside of it?
The scan ends up creating a 3D rendering, kind of like a 3D printer, only with data points. And then you can change the angle in which you're looking at that scene. So you're allowed to either do fly-throughs, like you said, still shots, or different perspectives at the scene.
And in order to, and you did that in this case?
I did.
And where did you do that scanning?
The scan was at the Apple River near Highway 64 overpass and towards upstream, further into the river.
And did you prepare, as part of your testimony today, a PowerPoint to help explain that to the jury?
I did.
Not a PowerPoint.
I move to admit that PowerPoint.
What's the exhibit number?
Exhibit 51.
The objection to 51? No objection. It's received.
Can we have the screen, please?
Oh my gosh.
What's in the image on this first slide?
The image on the slide.
Sorry, folks. I just want to capture. Now I'm obliged to capture the slides.
What's in the image on this first slide?
The image on the slide is the Trimble SX10 total station scanner.
That's the device you used?
Correct.
And what are we looking at on this slide 3?
You're looking at a side-by-side comparison. On the right is the drone fly-through video. On the left is a similar fly-through that we did with the 3D mapping from the scene.
Where did that drone footage come from?
From Deputy Forrest Hendrickson and Sergeant Chase Duran.
So they flew the river, and is that a sheriff's office drone?
It is.
Come on, dude. You don't know how to work a PowerPoint?
These are videos, right?
Correct.
Oh, I see. He's trying to click on them. There we go.
And so what are you trying to document here? Show
the accuracy of the total station scanner compared to the drone video footage as an overview of the Apple River. The drone footage and the fly-through on the digital video are showing it going from downstream upwards upstream.
So if you flying away from the bridge?
Correct.
And then what is this one?
It's a different video showing the drone flying upstream, now downstream towards the bridge. And on the left-hand side is a video fly-through from our forensic data showing the similar aspect.
Just trying to generally document the area of the river?
Correct.
Now, when the video stopped, do you see that shadow going across the river at the right image? Across the water?
I do.
Would that be the bridge?
It is.
What's this?
This is a legend explaining any future still shots, explaining what each item represents. On the right-hand side, it's not easy to explain the cardinal directions of many of our still shots and photographs, so it's easy to represent what's upstream and what's downstream. If you compare it to pouring a glass of water, as the water fills up, you get more blue down towards the bottom, so the water is flowing downward. Each circle represents an initial point, either for contact, attack, or witness groups, as well as knife recovery location.
How about slide 6?
On the left-hand side, you have a drone still shot photo overview of the river. As you see, what the arrow downstream is at the bottom of the photograph. On the right-hand side is a still shot rendering with our forensic data utilizing the scanner showing the same viewpoint.
Slide 7.
Again, on the left-hand side is a still shot from the drone footage on the left side, excuse me, and on the right-hand side is a 3D rendered still shot using the total station scanner data showing the same perspective.
Same thing, but now facing upstream.
Correct. Upstream would be at the bottom, and the river is flowing downwards towards the top of the photographs.
Slide 9.
Again, an overview photograph from the drone footage on the left-hand side. The right-hand side is our forensic still shot using the data collected from the scanner. The water at the lower left-hand corner is upstream, and it flows downstream towards the bridge in the upper right-hand corner.
Slide 10. What are we looking at?
This is an overall still shot that we created with the scanner data. Included in this are locations of the initial contact. In the white circle, the yellow circle is the attack location. The pink circle is the Carlson tubing group, and the orange circle is the Miu tubing group. If you can see on the left-hand side of the middle of the river, there's a large white pole that extends from the tree line. That is the knife location. If we were to put a circle down on the ground, you wouldn't be able to see it because of the tree overhang from the 3D drawing.
And so the bridge would be above this area of the river?
Correct. The bridge would be further forward on top of the photograph.
And I'm just going to end the show quick, so I have my pointer here. Is this what you're talking about, the vertical line of the knife location?
Correct.
I'm just going to zoom in. And do you go through in later slides on how you estimated these locations?
Yes, with the assistance of Investigator Schultz, we were able to take direct data points utilizing a prism pole. He had an estimated location of each incident, and so we took direct shots to create that circle.
Similar diagram, but looking up.
Hey guys, at Shane's Shane's our moderator, Shane's suggestion, I've put a poll up. I think I put a poll up. Did I put a poll up? Let me see. See if I know how to put a poll up. Wait, it's catching up. Can anybody see a poll? Oh, darn it. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Start a poll. All right, I'll put a poll up. Will defendant Miu take stand? Let's see. How many options am I allowed to add? Does anybody know? Let's see. Will the defendant take the stand? All right, I'm putting a poll up. Will defendant Miu take the stand? Choices are highly likely, 50%. I'll just put 50-50. Highly unlikely, and nope. There we go. So you can take that poll. Thanks for the suggestion, Shane.
Upstream now?
Correct.
So what are we looking at here?
On the left-hand side is a drone photograph. On the right-hand side is a similar perspective using the forensic data. In this still shot that we took, we included the initial contact location, the Carlson group, Miu tubing group, and the right-hand side, you can see the long pillar where the knife location was at.
So that orange circle in the background to the right.
Anybody surprised at the distance between the initial contact location and the attack location? Was anybody under the impression that they were basically the same thing?
In the scan, it looks like a kind of a green spot it's on, but that in the left, would that be that sandbar?
Yes.
Same diagram facing towards the bridge?
Correct. Different perspective.
Same thing?
Same thing, different perspective.
What are we looking at on this slide, 15?
On the left-hand side, we have a more focused still shot with the forensic data. With the instrument, we're able to get accurate measurements. And with this, we were able to determine the width of the river at different points along the river. As you can see on the left-hand side, the lower portion, it's 155, approximately 155 feet across, then 150, 147, and then 155 feet across. On the right-hand photograph, you see a more overview of more of the river. And again, the measurements are included there, 155, 150, 147, 155, and the river narrows to 123 and 110. And those are all in feet.
And is this, the technology for this, is it similar to kind of the 3D scans maybe some realtors or construction companies use now?
So the Trimble SX10 scanner is a total station scanner that utilizes infrared laser beams. It also takes panoramic photographs. And so you are able to take a scan in 360. Everything the infrared laser hits or reflects off of returns to the instrument. It creates a data point for that. It uses the pictures that it takes in order to create a color for each individual data point. It collects approximately 26,000 data points per second in the scanner mode. The instrument is good up to 600 meters, and at accuracy at 100 meters, it's approximately 14 millimeters. This instrument's used by land surveyors, building contractors, and in law enforcement, we utilize it for forensic gathering of scenes, whether internal or external.
Do you do anything to make sure that when it's giving you data points that it's accurately recording the distances?
Yes, we do a distance accuracy check at the beginning of the scan. We'll end up laying out a tape measure. We'll do a direct shot instead of a scan of that tape measure and measure it from there. We'll go into the computer software system, measure those two same points, and make sure that it's accurate.
So if you had this, the screen. If you had this program open on your computer, could you click between two different points and get a measurement of the distance between them?
Any individual dot that's on that drawing, we could get an X, Y, and Z measurement for it. So measurement across, height, and slope.
And then in the next few slides, what are you showing?
So this is, since we're able to view from different perspectives, this is the perspective if you're standing near the Miu group location by the island sandbar that you can see in the lower right-hand corner. The circle ahead of you is the initial contact location. And on the right-hand side, the purple circle is the Carlson group.
I'm going to back up. I forgot to ask you a question here. I'm going to end the show so I can use my cursor.
No, the witness has a monitor they can annotate.
Oh,
If both of you are aware of that or not.
all right. So in this slide, I just went back to 15. You have two dots representing where the Isaac's group was, right?
Correct.
And then for the Carlson's group, there's just one dot, but were they also drifting?
Yes, the location of the Carlson group was based off of Investigator Schultz's knowledge. We took a direct shot of it, but it was the stationary location, not them progressing down the river.
And what are we looking at here?
So with our drawing software, we're able to put in mannequins or models. In this case, we were able to put a 6-foot tall person into the river to show the perspective from Miu's group to what a person at that distance would look like. Again, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Again, with this one, now we have the yellow circle as the initial contact progressed further downriver to the attack location. The 6-foot tall person is placed in the general area of that attack location.
Slide 19.
This perspective is from the Carlson group, and here they're looking across river. So to your left will be upriver, and as the water flows to the right downriver, you'll see their perspective of the initial contact and their perspective towards the attack location.
Slide 20.
Again, in the drawing, we just include a 6-foot tall mannequin to show visual perspective of what a person would look like at that distance.
21.
This again is a 6-foot tall person now near the attack location, as witnessed from the original location of the Carlson group.
And these approximate locations of the groups, did you get that from comparing it to the video of the incident?
I did.
So what are we looking at on slide 22?
So on the left-hand side is our perspective of the initial contact is facing upstream towards the Miu tuber group. This will show on the right-hand side the still frame extraction from slide 0196. I ended up cropping the perspective to compare to what the phone video looks like for that still shot and showing the background with the trees and where the Miu group is at, putting that approximate circle there.
23.
Slide 24.
Again, to help confirm with the initial contact location based off of the video still shots from the cell phone, 0462 is on the right, and on the left-hand side is our crop perspective from the initial contact looking at that same bridge.
26.
In this still photograph, we compared still shot 2961 and created the perspective on the left using the drawing software program. It's looking back upriver. On the left, you see this purple circle for the Carlson group, and you can barely see it in the middle, the outline of the Miu group in orange. We cropped up perspective to match similarly to the phone still shot, and in the upper left-hand corner, you can see the light green grassy area just outside of the Sandbar Island area.
So just to simplify it a little bit, is it fair you're looking at the video and then trying to do a fly through of your 3D scan to find the same perspective of different clips in the video?
Do your best to go into the 3D drawing and zoom in or get to the exact perspective. And there may need to be some manipulation of just your viewpoint, not of the data, just of the view of what you're looking at inside the drawing in order to create the still shot on the left-hand side.
And 28, what are we looking at?
On the right-hand side is the still shot of the cell phone video 2995. On the left-hand side is the same perspective. This is now the attack location and showing the Carlson group straight ahead at that perspective. As you can see with the trees on the top of the photograph matching the render drawing on the left-hand side.
And can we activate his screen, Judge, so you can kind of trace what he's talking about the tree
Yes,
line?
it should be a,
Cursor on there, Your Honor?
just use your finger.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm looking at here is the same tree line that I see here and then I see there to show the same perspective.
I have to say, I find all this stuff objectionable. I mean, what's the relevance of all this? This isn't what anybody saw. This is not what anybody experienced. This is not what anybody used to make decisions. I mean, just look at this comparison right here. What is this? What about all the bodies blocking the view? Not to mention all the screaming and the emotional stress. I mean, I guess if you had R2D2 as a defendant, but of course we don't. I just don't get the point. Hopefully the defense gets to that.
And then what are we looking at in slide 30?
This is an overview of the river. Upstream is towards the top of the photograph, downstream towards the bridge is on the bottom. We have the initial contact location is the white circle and a measurement between that circle and the attack location, which is in feet.
So about 62?
Approximately 62 feet, yes.
Same thing, but looking the other direction?
Correct. Now the bridge is at the top of the photograph and upstream towards the islands at the bottom.
Slide 32?
This is a overview, the distance between the attack location and the knife recovery location, which is approximately 114 feet.
Slide 33?
This is the attack location to distance to the Miu group, which is 233 feet. And the approximate distance from the attack location to the Carlson group, excuse me, which is approximately 132 feet.
And that would be 132 feet from the ultimate spot, but if the Carlsons continued to drift downriver, they would have been closer. Fair.
Correct. Sustained.
Let me go back. So how many dots do you have for Isaac's group in this one?
2.
And what's the white dot?
The white dot's the initial contact location,
Yellow dot?
the attack location.
And then the pink dot for the Carlson group, what's that?
All right. So you have the initial contact location to the attack location. I wonder who they're saying attack to is 62 feet. What's going on with that? I think I will highlight that for my notes. Let's see, my timestamp for 26. Because that's certainly not evident from the Cockfield video. I find that very interesting. I wonder what the defense will have to say about that on cross.
The initial location that Investigator Schultz told me where the Carlson group was at.
So no subsequent location is of the Carlson group is identified in the diagram?
No.
And slide 34, what are we looking at?
On the left-hand side is a photograph from the drone footage. On the right-hand side is the still shot perspective.
I'm just going to zoom in. Actually, let me focus you here. On the left.
From the drone footage on the right-hand side is the still shot perspective.
I'm just going to zoom in. Actually, let me focus you here. On the left, how about just on the left photo? What are we looking at?
So it's a photograph from the drone footage showing deputies or investigators there. I believe Investigator Sheppy is on the left-hand side, walking in towards the tree line location on the south shore.
To identify where that knife was found?
That's where I was informed the knife was found, yes.
And on the right, same location, but from the scan?
Same perspective.
And so the bridge from here would be to the right?
Correct, downstream.
Same thing, but now there's that white bar.
White bar signifying the location of the knife recovery. Now just a zoomed out perspective of the knife recovery. And then an overview of the knife recovery location.
And then the bottom left of that right image would be that sandbar.
I do.
Did the chair's office measure the water depth?
We did.
And so what are we looking at in slide 38?
So with direct shots, we're able to utilize a prism pole. We measure the height of the pole, and then the bottom of it, the instrument will measure where the sand ground is underneath the water, since the instrument does not reflect off water. So we're able to take direct shots in different areas of the river. And in this area, near the attack location, the approximate depth of the river was 0.83 feet, or approximately 9.96 inches.
And was this measured the same day as the incident or later, if you recall?
Approximately 1 month after.
Okay. So if the more rain, less rain, it could have been different?
Could have been.
Okay. I don't have anything else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson?
Just wait regarding the depth, sir. You said the depth was measured 1 month later, correct?
Correct.
The date of the incident was July 30th, correct?
Correct.
And so August 30th, roughly?
September 1st.
Okay, so more than 30 days.
Correct.
32 days, 33 days, somewhere in there?
Somewhere in there.
You would agree that you've lived in this area for some time, right?
Yes, sir.
You're familiar with the river?
I am.
You're familiar with the trends of rivers in this area throughout the year, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that typically speaking, rivers depth goes down between the end of July and the end of August?
Typically.
Did you do any investigation to determine whether or not the amount of rainfall that we had from July 30th to August to September 1st?
I did not.
So you have no idea, to some extent, how deep it was on July 30th?
Correct.
I'm sorry, maybe this would be a good time to break.
Sure, that's fine.
Taking a break in between examinations, but it is 2:30. Why don't we take 15 minutes? We'll come back at 2:45.
Break, afternoon break. 15-minute break. Let me skip forward to that. Get it ready. Whoops. I thought I had it.
Here right now.
All right, that's where we come back. But in the meantime, I'll address some questions and comments. And remind everybody about our upcoming Law of Self-Defense Advanced class, our full-day class taught live by me, streamed to you at your computer, that teaches you everything you need to know to be hard to convict if you're ever involved in a use of force event, compelled to defend yourself, your family, your property. A big part of what we teach, a whole hour of that full-day class, is interacting with the police in the aftermath of a use of force event. It's a little trickier than you might think. Don't make the mistake of Nicolae Miu. If he had taken this class and done what I said, he almost certainly would never have been criminally charged in the first place. This class is Saturday, April 20th. We only teach it twice a year. Next one will be October at the soonest. If you missed this one, don't miss this one. You don't know when you're going to need this information. Time, place, manner of attack is decided by the bad guy. And we're still in the early registration period, so you get 50% off the registration at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. Many people take this class multiple times. You'll see them in the comments. I'm sure we have plenty of people in the comments who've taken the class before. I know at least some of them are taking the class again this coming April 20th. By the way, if you can't make that Saturday, you have a conflict. I get it. Spring is here or coming, but sign up anyway. We'll make the playback version of the class available as a recording for all registered students for at least 2 weeks after the class date, so you can watch it over the next 2 weeks at your leisure. But that only goes out to registered students. Register now for half price. lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. And now let's take a look at our questions. Law of Self-Defense members first. I have to go back to where I was. All right, about here. Law self-defense member Cycle Boy notes he may have shoved or smacked the woman, but the knife didn't get used until he was knocked in the water, then pushed down into it, then punched twice again. Punched, shoved in the water, pushed back down, grabbing him by the throat. Yep. That's all true. They got their little knife. Yep, add high school, lawful to shoot, says add high school teenager groups floating on tubes in the river as stupid places to avoid winning stupid prizes, 100%. Generally stay away from other people, but especially young men showing off for their girlfriends. Now we get to the scanning device. Look how scientific. Did it help you solve the case? Nope. I just don't think it really provides useful information to the jury, except for, gross distances. I mean, the real distance is how people perceived it, right? Unless there's some technical dispute. I do find the 62-foot difference between point of first contact and the actual attack, 62 feet. That's a good distance. Let's see. Up. All right, that's all of that. Let me check the super chats. And I'll share the results of the poll. Susie Q, $10. Well, $9.99. Close enough, Susie Q. I'll give you the penny. What's my opinion so far? Well, so far, the burden's on the state to disprove self-defense beyond any reasonable doubt. The defendant's presumed innocent. He's claiming self-defense. The state has to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. That means disprove one of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. innocence, imminence, proportionality, avoidance, and reasonableness. And I don't think they've done it. And they're coming to the end of their case in chief. So this is their opportunity. Remember, they don't just have to convince you it probably wasn't self-defense, or even it really probably wasn't self-defense. 75% convinced it's not self-defense is not enough. They have to prove it was not self-defense beyond any reasonable doubt. Have they done that? Not to my mind, not so far, but I'm still, of course, keeping an open mind on the matter. Let's take a look at the poll, which unfortunately I only know how to put up on YouTube. Here it is. Will defendant Miu take the stand? Highly likely, 32%. 50-50 chance, 30%. So that means 50-50 to highly likely is 62%, a sizable majority. I think you people are crazy. I don't see that happening. Highly unlikely, 24%, and nope, 14%. So far, I see no reason for this defendant to take the stand, because I don't think the state has come close to disproving self-defense beyond any reasonable doubt. So I would be on the nope, maybe the highly unlikely. So I'd be in the minority, 38% here, if I were defense counsel and were advising Nicolae Miu on what to do. All right, let's get back to court. We're closing in now. Let's see, what do we got left? Just about an hour and 5 minutes, 65 minutes. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. So about 50 minutes are subjective time.
Yep. I was bracing for something important.
I think it was important.
No, I used the wrong words. I'm sorry.
I appreciate that.
Something much more monumental. Whatever. Let's move on. It's late in the day. I'm getting tired. Yes. Bring a jury in.
All rise for the jury.
Don't forget, folks, if Nicolae Miu takes the witness stand, there's likely all kinds of evidence, particularly character evidence, that the state would be able to bring in, perhaps, that they're not currently prepared to bring in or not currently allowed to bring in. You open a big door when you put your client on the witness stand. Something to keep in mind. Plus, you never really know what your client's going to say on the witness stand. Very stressful. He's looking at life in prison. The stakes are about as high as they get.
Please be seated. We are back with the jury, ready to continue. Lieutenant Coleman's on the witness stand. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Sir, I believe I was asking you questions about the water depth when we last spoke. During your testimony, I think you'd said near attack location, and you said approximate. Can you tell the jury precisely where it was measured on the river, the depth?
Yes, there's a direct shot location placed in that point of the river.
Okay. Did you just measure it in that one spot?
Yes.
Did you just take a sample, like a foot here, 2 feet here, 3 feet over there? Did you do any kind of sampling in that general area?
Yes.
Do you have those numbers?
I have a log of them. I do.
For whatever reason, you chose this number.
That was the number Investigator Schultz told, or the location Investigator Schultz told me to take the shot.
I understand. And so this is the river, right? You measured it from this spot, correct?
Correct.
You measured it from this spot because that man told you to, correct?
Correct.
What I'm asking is, did you take a measurement over here or over here or over here, any place else around that area, just as a sampling of the area where Investigator Schultz told you to?
Yes.
Do you have those measurements?
There's a log measurement of the of the depths in those general areas.
And fair to say that it varies depending upon where you measure, correct?
Correct.
The location that Investigator Schultz chose, that's a human choice, correct?
Correct.
That's not like you've done accident reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
And you've done accident reconstruction on terra firma, on ground, correct?
Correct.
And when you're on the ground, not on the water, it's easier to have a particular landmark, correct?
Yes.
That's part of the difficulty about a river is it's fluid in every sense of that word, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so for you to establish the landmarks that you mentioned, you were again using land, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't have any river marks or water marks, right?
Correct.
Do you know what Investigator Schultz, how he made that human decision to say that's the spot?
He did not explain to me why he chose that spot.
And when he chose that spot to you, were you out on the river with him?
Yes.
Okay. And he was like, this is it right here.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever take that spot that he pointed to and compare it to the video?
Yes.
And what we know is, so we have that spot based upon the human choice that Investigator Schultz told you, right?
Correct.
Then you also have what I think you called initial contact, correct?
Correct.
And was that based upon a human choice that Investigator Schultz told you or something else?
Human choice.
So he told you, here's where the initial contact was.
Yes, sir.
And then that was compared using landmarks to see whether the perspective is accurate. Is that what
Correct.
You're basically telling us?
Correct.
And what we know is from the initial contact to that yellow dot that you call attack location, that's like 62 feet, correct?
Correct.
And from
Here we
that,
go.
we deduced that Nicolae Miu walked 62 feet in that direction.
He was around the generalized initial contact location and the attack location, so an approximate distance of 62 feet.
He got there by walking, correct?
Correct.
And had that initial location, had that group of teenagers stayed there, he's walking away. I mean, if he's standing at the yellow dot and the teenagers stay at the white dot, the teenagers are 62 feet away from Nicolae Miu if they stay there, correct? Should we draw it out?
Yes.
You really have to draw it out? Honestly? Sir. Sir. I understand there's a height issue going on here.
Downstream, does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
From here to here. Is that distance?
Mark that you called initial contact, and I think it was white. Is that right?
What about his super
Yes.
PowerPoint?
Can I just use pink for this?
Yes, sir.
And then you had a mark that was more of a
I think what's confusing them is they're measuring the distance in feet. I think what they need to do is that they need to measure it in terms of Coleman units. So it's probably, if it's what, 62 feet, it's probably about 20 Coleman units, something like that. 20. Let's see. Maybe 15 Coleman units. That makes a lot more sense to me. Maybe that would make more sense to him. 15 Coleman units.
yellow. Is that fair to say? Or an orange?
Yellow, but you can use orange.
You called this one up here attack, right?
I mean, geez, what are we doing?
Correct.
Here's a dot, and a
My
little
understanding is
distance away, there's another dot.
And this isn't in perspective, right? But the distance from there to there is 62 feet, correct?
Correct.
So Nicolae Miu, I'm making this he is initially here, correct?
No,
All right. Nicolae Miu is not at the initial contact?
he is not in that location.
Okay. So when you said initial contact, who's contacting whom?
When two groups converge upon each other and they are in physical contact with each other, whether by tubes or persons.
Who are there's Nicolae Miu, agreed?
Correct?
There's the teenager group, agreed?
Yes,
And there's the Carlson group, agreed?
agreed,
And then there's the Miu group, agreed?
agreed,
On this part, we don't have the Miu group, correct?
correct,
And on this part, we don't have the Carlson group, correct?
correct.
Fair to say that the initial contact is between Mr. Miu and the 6 teenagers, agreed?
Agreed.
So Mr. Miu is, I didn't put it in here, but he's in this general area at the initial contact, correct?
Where you put the X is not the correct spot. I don't mean to be semantics, Mr. Nelson.
Put it where it needs to be.
Initial contact, because you're upstream up here. Mr. Miu made contact at a diagonal, and he was above upstream from the trooper group.
So my mistake was on this part of it, right? Is now this correct?
Other than I don't have the X showing towards the shoreline, but in the general area, yes.
What do you mean by that? Where would Mr. Miu be here?
Mr. Miu approached from this angle, so I put him here at the top upstream of the tuber group.
Okay, all right. And when you say he approached from this angle, you don't know that, correct?
Looking at the video, he came from upstream.
What video were you looking at? Is there a video of Mr. Miu walking from his group over to there?
He was upstream at an angle going towards the tuber group.
Okay. This is 62 feet, correct?
Correct.
The video that you watched, you're saying he walked more than 62 feet?
I don't know where he walked from. I just know he was upstream of the tuber group when he had initial contact with them.
Okay, so we've got two different, I want to make sure I'm not confused here, okay? Have you seen the videos from Jawan Cockfield's phone?
Yes.
There's a video that's been admitted that's 9 seconds long in which Mr. Cockfield yells out the word raper. Are you familiar with that video?
No.
Okay. There's a video that's 3 minutes and 20 seconds long that involves the incident that we're here to, the jury's here to determine. Are you familiar with that video?
Yes.
Any other video that you're talking about?
No.
Okay. And in the video then that you're talking about, which is an exhibit 2, and it's the 3 minutes and 20 seconds, that's the only video you've seen, correct?
Correct.
In that video, Mr. Miu is walking towards the teenagers, correct?
Correct.
He eventually, I think, jogs for like 3 or 4 steps. Agreed?
Correct.
And that's what you're talking about is when he reaches his hands out and puts his hands on the tube, that's the initial contact, correct?
Correct.
All right. So now that we got that down, from that initial contact point until where whomever attacked whomever, that's 62 feet away, correct?
Correct.
So for Mr. Miu to get from here to there, he had to walk 62 feet downstream, correct?
Correct.
Had the teenage group stayed where they were, he'd have been 62 feet away. Agreed?
Correct.
The only way that they got there is they followed him, correct?
I just know they ended up at the same location. I don't know who followed who.
Well, you watched the video, right?
I did.
And at some point, do you see Mr. Miu then walk towards the Carlson group?
Yes.
Do you know how far Mr. Miu walks from the place where he walked away from the teenagers to walk over to the Carlson group?
No.
Do you know how far the teenagers walked to follow him over there?
No.
Fair to say that in determining the locations, you determined the Miu group based upon the sandbar, correct?
Correct.
That's a landmark, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you're very confident in that determination of that position, correct?
Yes.
Because that's not dependent upon a human saying it was here. It's a landmark, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've done accident reconstruction on roadways, correct?
Yes, sir.
On roadways, you're often asked to determine where the lanes of the road are, correct?
Correct.
Who's in which lane, correct?
Correct.
A river is completely different, right?
It is.
Because there's no designated lanes, correct?
Correct.
As far as you know, there's no as a law enforcement officer, there's no place that a person can or can't be on the river, correct?
Correct.
I barely heard you.
Can we approach if we're gonna have
Yes.
speaking objections?
I think the judge is going to allow it. The state's objecting because this is very damaging to the state. How do you explain the 62 feet?
Are we supposed to believe that the teenagers fled downriver 62 feet and couldn't outpace
62-year-old quadruple bypass patient Nicolae Miu? Or is it more likely that Miu was walking towards the Carlson group to meet, what's her name, Miranda Cohen? And the teenagers followed him there. Where's the evidence that Nicolae Miu chased the teenagers? "40 minutes, folks." Madison. Sorry, not Miranda. Madison. It's a long day for me, too. Defense is taking a while coming
Just wanna be
back.
clear. His answer stands. I'm moving on.
Fair enough.
Okay. So the objection was
At some
overruled.
point, you showed on there also the width of the river. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think the distances were ranging in that general area anywhere from 147 feet wide to 155 feet wide, correct?
Yes, sir.
Plenty of room for a group to go around one man.
Yes.
You talked about, again, on the drawing legend, we have, I think it's pretty obvious, initial contact. We've talked about what that is, right?
Correct.
And then the Carlson group and the Miu group. We talked about the Miu group is on the sandbar and that never changes, correct?
Correct.
The Carlson group is based upon one moment in time, correct?
Correct.
That may have changed throughout that 3 minutes and 20-second video, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point in that 3 minutes and 20 seconds, for lack of a better phrase, Mr. Investigator Schultz picked a space and said, let's put them here.
Yes.
And then the last location we talked about there, the term used was attack location, correct?
Yes.
You're a law enforcement officer. You've been in this position here testifying in front of a jury, correct?
I have.
Right. You're here to give facts, right?
Correct.
You're not here to make determinations, right?
Yes.
You're not saying who attacked who, correct?
Correct.
It's just that's where this event happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're not meaning to imply one particular person attacked another or somebody attacked somebody else. You could have used the word event location, correct?
I could have.
Incident location, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you given some direction by the district attorney's office to use that term?
No.
That's a term you chose on your own.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, it's meant to be neutral. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right. You talked about we had some slides up there about viewpoint. Is that right?
Yes.
And the viewpoint that we showed in the slide, there was no.
He's going to point out there was no bodies in the way.
And the location that you were looking at the view. Agreed?
The same point I made earlier.
Correct.
Correct.
You're obviously aware that sometimes if there's a human being in between the person who's looking and what they're trying to look at, that might obstruct the view, correct?
Correct.
Showing you, if I could get the screen.
Long day for the defense, but they're not missing anything here. Good work.
So this is exhibit number 104, which witnesses have testified is the approximate location of people at about 149, okay?
Yes, sir.
You would agree, depending upon where somebody is at G2, there may or may not be people obstructing their view to Mr. Miu, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat, sir?
Sure. If you were trying to, you at some point.
Check on relevance and speculate. I mean, speculation, we've been testing.
Nope. Nope. No, the state's own PowerPoint slides made this relevant. They showed perspective images generated by their computer system that didn't have the bodies in the way. That's not what anybody was seeing.
Objections withdrawn.
You see the pen pointing at G2 there?
I do.
If I was to tell you that's the Carlson group, does that make sense to you?
It does.
Your one, at least one of your slides was the viewpoint from G2 essentially over towards, you know, what you called the attack location where Mr. Miu was standing, correct?
Correct.
My pen would, again, generally speaking, that viewpoint, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that depending upon where a person is in relation to this G2, their view of Riley Madison, Madison Cone, Dante Carlson, Nick Miu, it may be obstructed by other human beings, correct?
Correct.
It all depends upon where they're standing and who's in their way, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you asked to do any modeling by the district attorney's office of how to view if there were people in these positions?
No.
In the view that you had in your presentation, that was what we would perceive of a 6-foot model, correct?
Correct.
How tall was the person looking? Were they also 6 feet? Where on the?
From their head level, yes, 6 foot tall perspective looking
So it
across.
was a 6-foot person looking at another 6-foot person.
Yes.
Obviously, that would change again depending upon their height.
Correct.
And depending upon their height in comparison to the humans that they may or may not need to look around or through or over or under.
Yes.
Some of the witnesses said they were height challenged.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Attorney Dawson asked you 150 feet is enough room for a group to go around one man. You said yes. You remember that?
I do.
Is it enough room for one man to walk around a group?
Yes.
And Attorney Nelson asked you about this drawing. That if the initial contact was here, 62 feet later is the attack location. If the group would have stayed there, Nicolae would have been up here and they would have been 60 feet apart. You recall that?
I do.
The beginning of the videos were the boys in their tubes
Yes.
and Nicolae was walking
Yes.
and the boys would have been floating in this direction.
Yes.
They still chose to. 10 inches of water. We know they stood up out of their tubes.
Do you actually know this is exhibit 104? Clear the screen. Do you know if this is where people were at some point at minute 49 in the video?
I don't know.
Do you know if this is even close to scale, the size of the circles for a person versus the distance between the groups?
There's no scale.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
In your determination on yours, you relied upon a human being telling you, here's where it was, correct?
Correct.
You weren't there on July 30th, 2022 at 1:49 into that video, which would have been about 3:45 in the afternoon, were you?
I was not.
You agree it's reasonable to rely on the people that were there?
Yes.
If the people that were there say that that accurately reflects where the human beings were in relation to each other, that's the same as you're relying upon Investigator Schultz, correct?
Could be.
Right?
Could be.
In fact, they were there. Mr. Schultz, Investigator Schultz wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
So if you have no information, are you going to rely upon eyewitness information about people's placement or just speculation?
And to take all information into account.
And certainly one of the things you take into account is the people that are there that say, this accurately reflects where everybody else was and I saw them.
It'll be taken into account, yes.
That's all.
Thank you, Lieutenant Coleman. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who is the next witness?
Detective De La Cruz.
Detective De La Cruz, please come forward. Yes. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Everybody's so well fed.
Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name? Last name?
My name is Carlos Dela Cruz. I'm a detective with the city of New Richmond, and you spell my last name 3 words, lowercase de, space lowercase la, space capital Cruz.
And Detective De La Cruz, were you asked to assist in doing some interviews in this case?
Yes.
And why were you asked to assist?
I'm often requested to assist with Spanish-speaking witnesses or victims or suspects to help with interviews.
Are you fluent in Spanish?
I am.
Did you grow up bilingual?
I did. I was born in Mexico. I spoke Spanish as a primary first language. I've been in the U.S. for roughly 46 years, so I went through school here and learned English and grew up speaking both.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
Well, actually, can I have the...
Yeah. 27th state witness.
I put exhibit 12A up here. Do you recognize some of the folks in this photo? Maybe hard to tell. They probably weren't wearing the same thing when you interviewed them.
Yes, I can identify a few of them that I spoke with.
Okay. Did you interview with Sergio?
Yes.
Tatiana?
Yes.
Elba?
Rosie or Alba, yes.
Did she introduce herself as Rosie with you?
Yes, Rosie.
And then how about the two on the far left, Ariel and Gilma?
Yes.
So you interviewed 5 of the people from this group?
Yes.
And what language were those interviews done in?
Mostly Spanish. They did interject some English from time to time. I think they understood a little bit, but they were more comfortable in Spanish.
Okay. I'm handing you, it's been marked as exhibit 44. Were those interviews recorded on body camera?
Yes, whatever investigator was with me, whether it be Dusty, investigator Geisness, or investigator Sheppy, they had body cameras.
Okay. And prior to testifying today, did you have an opportunity to look at the contents of exhibit 44?
Yes.
And is the body cam footage from those 5 interviews on exhibit 44?
Yes.
Judge, I move to the exhibit 44 for foundation for some transcripts only.
Any objection?
Can we approach this so I can make sure I understand?
Yes.
Is this where we discovered that some of these witnesses were watching the live stream of the trial? Or is that tomorrow?
This time I will reserve on exhibit, is it 44?
Correct.
Reserve on 44.
Oh, judge is reserving
I don't
on
have anything else,
44.
Mr. Nelson?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Detective.
Wonder what's going on.
Sally Nichols?
Did they object because it's not the best evidence? They're gonna have these witnesses come in, right? Use the video to impeach if you need to. Yeah, I guess tomorrow. I mean, Friday in real time.
Can we take a short recess, Judge?
How much time do you need?
I think probably about 5 minutes.
Oh, we're good. You sure?
Yes.
Friday was when the translator was told to return. Only needed
Someone help
this
me finish their-
De La Cruz for foundation for the body worn camera in case they need to use it to impeach.
All right, please come forward. Face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give this matter shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Sally Nichols, SALLY NICHOLS. I apologize. I have a very bad cold, so I apologize for the sound of my voice right now.
Okay. And Ms. Nichols, what do you do for work?
I'm a certified court interpreter, so I do that pretty much full time.
And are you certified in both Wisconsin and Minnesota?
Yes, and also the U.S. District Court.
Okay. And as part of your translator duties, do you often create transcripts translating from Spanish to English?
That is correct. I've transcribed and translated many transcripts in different cases.
Permission to approach? Were you asked to, by the sheriff's office, to translate some recordings in this case?
Yes, I was.
And was some of those 911 calls?
Yes, there were some 911 calls.
Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 46.
Ah.
Do you identify what that is?
Yes, this is a transcript that I prepared. It's a transcript of one of the 911 calls.
And then can you keep flipping through and see if there's some more? Another train.
Oh, yeah. This was the short one. And then there's another one right behind it, which is slightly longer.
So
That's correct. Two of them.
Two separate phone call transcriptions included in Exhibit 46.
That's correct.
Judge, I move to admit 46. I imagine the same.
Just ask that you're on a reserve based on our previous discussion.
Okay, 46 is reserved.
And then, Ms. Nichols, did you also receive body camera from the sheriff's office to transcribe?
Yes, I did.
And let me back up. How are you fluent in Spanish?
Oh, I grew up in Puerto Rico. I was raised there, so my parents are from the United States, but I grew up speaking Spanish and English because when I went to school, obviously we spoke Spanish and so on. So I was able to go to some Spanish-speaking schools and some English-speaking schools, and eventually a bilingual school.
Okay. I'm going to hand you Exhibit 45. What is that?
Transcript of a body.
Okay, 46 is reserved.
Oh, weird skip.
And then, Ms. Nichols, did you also receive body camera from the sheriff's office to transcribe?
Yes, I did.
And let me back up. How are you fluent in Spanish?
Oh, I grew up in
Okay,
Puerto
back
Rico.
to this, I
I
guess.
was raised there, so my parents are from the United States, but I grew up speaking Spanish and English because when I went to school, obviously we spoke Spanish and so on. So I was able to go to some Spanish-speaking schools and some English-speaking schools, and eventually a bilingual school.
Okay. I'm going to hand you Exhibit 45. What is that?
Transcript of a body camera for an interview on August 3rd, 2022.
And do you include the file name on the top? You don't need to read it. Just do you include the file names on top of the transcript?
I don't have the file name on top, but I do see the name of the person who was interviewed.
And then do you see some dash numbers?
It says 20-23-36.
And then, okay. Is that a transcript you prepared from one of the
That
body cameras?
that is correct. Yes.
Okay, here I'm handing you Exhibit 58. Is that also a transcript that you prepared?
Yes, it is.
And can you just read the numbers on the top of that one?
Yes, it says transcript of body camera 8/21/10 main camera.
Exhibit 69.
Yes, that's also a transcript that I prepared, and it says transcript of body camera 21/11/31 main camera.
Okay. Exhibit 70.
Yes, I recognize this one too. This is transcript of body camera 19/01/12 main camera.
Exhibit 71.
And this one also, transcript of body camera 18-10-01 main camera.
Did you transcribe these as accurately as possible, as close as you can get to a direct translation?
Yes, I did. What I do is I transcribe it first, just so I listen to it many, many times and decipher as much as I can hear. There are always a few words you can't completely.
None of this proves anything. It's just foundational. So if they want to use these transcripts to impeach one of the Spanish witnesses, they want this foundation in place first so they can make use of it. That's why the judge is reserving. He's not saying you can just read these to the jury. But if one of the Spanish witnesses were to testify inconsistently with the transcript could then be introduced to impeach.
Hear, so I just write unintelligible when that happens. But yes, I transcribe it first and then I go through and translate it into English.
Judge, I imagine with the same reservation, I can move to admit exhibits 71, 70, 69, 58, and 45.
This time I'll reserve on those exhibits.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson, no question. All right, thank you. You may step down.
You're very welcome.
Ms. Nichols, see the witness coordinator in the back and she'll tell you where to go next.
Thank you, sir.
Nothing on cross because it's just foundational.
Who is the next witness?
Judge, we've actually exhausted the witnesses we were able to get in for today.
All right. There's nothing left to do.
I think we have something to address outside the presence of the jury.
Okay. Members of the jury, as I mentioned this morning, the attorneys have been working very hard to stay on task and to keep the case moving. They're doing such a good job that we ran out of witnesses for the day. So while we're not going to be able to advance the trial further today, be rest assured that we are ahead of schedule, which is a good thing. We will resume tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Please follow the same protocol coming into the building. Again, no independent research, no investigation. Do not visit the site. Do not speak with anyone about this case, including the attorneys, the media, the audience members, or anybody else. Do not watch any news reports or social media posts about this matter. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
About 25 minutes court time. About 20 minutes
Please
our
proceed.
time
Can we actually approach, Judge?
to go. Well, they're going to approach. Well, I'm not listening to that for 20 minutes. I guess we'll take the opportunity to look at some Q&A. Let's see. Yes, lots to talk about. Measuring in distance, measuring in Coleman's. A Coleman is 3/4 of a DeVito. Why is the guy who electronically mapped the river being so defensive? That's probably his boss sitting at the prosecution table there, or a superior. And he can't really defend some of the, the choices they made are difficult to defend on the merits. Oh no. Oh, here we go. We have some more. What's going on? That's it. I got to the end. All right. Yes. So I'm told that the today. So this is Thursday. Last Thursday. We still have to get through last Friday. I'll start that tomorrow morning. That brings us to we get through that. That brings us to Monday. Monday today was only half a day, so I'll try to do that tomorrow too. Now, doing all that means we missed Tuesday. So on Wednesday, I'll have to catch up on Tuesday and then start digging into Wednesday. So we're catching up as quick as we can, folks. Nope, still white noise. Long day today. 5 hours, 15 minutes on the second show of the day. I think I did 4 hours this morning. 3 hours this morning, something like that. All All right, Corey's back. So far, I think this is all defense. Defense is doing a great job, and the state doesn't seem to me to be meeting their burden. See if there's any super chats. Looks like no new ones. That's good. You shouldn't be doing super chats, folks. You should be becoming a Law of Self-Defense member. 2-week trial membership, 99 cents. I know you have 99 cents. Get all your questions answered for free, or it has to be a $10 super chat. And after the 99-cent 2-week trial, which you get at lawofselfdefense.com/trial, membership is still dirt cheap, only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month to be a Law of Self-Defense member. Get this kind of trial coverage and analysis. Get all your questions answered for free. And all right, let's see. They're walking back. All right, folks, that is it for today. Let me, before I get to do a final check of Q&A, just remind all of you about our upcoming Law of Self-Defense Advanced class, our full-day class on how to be hard to convict if you're ever compelled to use force in defense of yourself, your family, your property. If Nicolae Miu had taken this class before July 30th, 2022, and listened to what I said, he would not be in court facing a first-degree murder charge today. He didn't do that. Made a mistake. Didn't know the class existed, I'm sure, but you all know because I'm telling you. We spend, for example, almost an hour talking about how to interact with the police in the aftermath of a use of force event. It's a little more complicated than you might think. It would have saved Nicolae Miu a lot of trouble. Learn all that and much more in a single day, Saturday, April 20th. We only teach this class twice a year, folks. Don't miss this one. It'll be October until you can do it again. And if you have a conflict on April 20th, we do make the recording of the class available to all the registered students for 2 weeks afterwards, so you can watch it at your leisure over that 2-week period. And we're still in pre-registration this week. Sign up at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced today and save 50% on your registration. lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. Let's see. Kyle, Law of Self-Defense member Kyle says, "You're destroying my screen time discipline, Andrew." Imagine how I feel, Kyle. Imagine how I feel. Johnny Reb 84 says, "Andrew, why do regular people get $1 million bonds, but career criminals get essentially nil and get to violate the bond conditions multiple times without getting locked up?" Well, you know why. It's the same way when some people are unlawfully caught with a gun in a place like New York. The gun charge is the first charge that gets dismissed. And when other people are unlawfully caught with a gun, the gun charge is all they have because they weren't committing any other crime. And then the gun charge is pushed hard. These are political decisions made by prosecutors who are political creatures. They're generally elected at the state level. Let's see. Yep, I know tomorrow's going to be a long day too, folks. I understand people have to pop in and out. Join when you can. If you're watching this on YouTube, I would appreciate it if you could give me a subscribe or a thumbs up. Let's see, did I get to? Oh, I did. I broke 62,000. Thank you so much, everybody. We broke 62,000 subscribers on YouTube today. I was about 40 short a few hours ago. Now I'm about 40 over. That's always appreciated. And if you don't follow me on Twitter, I would ask why not. I'm a pretty good follower. I mean, a little offensive sometimes, but most people get a laugh out of it. And we broke 79,000 followers there. That's not too bad. I'll take that. The most important thing you can do, though, is educate yourself. Like with our Law of Self-Defense Advanced class, Saturday, April 20th, get 50% off this week. lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. And with that all said, folks, I will prepare to bid everyone adieu. I'll be back tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Mountain Time, to start covering in catch-up mode last Friday's trial proceedings and perhaps also today's half-day proceedings. I'll try to do both. Should end up being a day. We did a day and a half today. We'll probably be able to do a day and a half tomorrow. And with that said, until I see you all tomorrow morning, remember, if you carry a gun so you're hard to kill, if you carry, like I do, carry a knife, like I do, like Nicolae Miu did, carry pepper spray, like I do, study jujitsu, like I do all those things so that I'm hard to kill, my family is hard to kill, then you also owe it to yourself and your family to make sure you know the law, so you're hard to convict as well. Until tomorrow morning, I remain Attorney Andrew Branca for Law Self-Defense. Stay safe.